why someone might be, not interested in being associated with that company. And during that live, he
Nobody sucks. I agree. What is the chatter saying? I'm curious. What? Nobody's gonna talk about Israel facing another near genocide. We're gonna know who's evil, the people supporting the elimination of Jewish people, calling for a genocide, and the media manipulation. To me, Palestine supporters and Hamas are just as guilty as Nazi supporters. Yes, defending their own people in the land is wrong. Okay, I got tired of them. Okay, I got tired of this person too. No, I'll give him only an hour. This person is literally just typing insults in chat. That's all that this person was doing. I don't know why. Like, it's just, I give him a day. It was getting on my nerves. That's all they were doing. And I was like, I called him up before. I was like, why are you just trying to make it so? He's like, I'm mad at Ethan. I'm just like, okay, we'll be mad at Ethan. But like, literally all they were doing was just insult. That's literally all they were doing. What's going on? I literally just linked from Hasan's response. I just got kicked from Grimlo's stream excuse. And at first I was like this. I was like, that's interesting. That's weird. Like, I don't know why he did that. Still got smoked for Ethan. Like, wow. Love Kodak. No, Kodak be popping. Punk shit so lame. You should fight them. Whack ass shit. Literally whack AF. Literally tripping. Whack. Evil, to be honest. Latch. Because he's evil. He's anti-Palestinian. Whack. Evil. So fuck crazy. He's so crazy. Whack. What is this? What the tripping? Whack. I'm literally pissed, bruh. Oh, tripping. Whack. Loser. Like that's it. It literally just came in and was just saying like insults like Ethan.
Every single day, Shank. I live as a
capitalist. I gave him a day.
I live when I
Sad cheater just subscribed.
I gave him a day just to take a breath. This is the reason why you gotta. And then he said KYS. Okay, now that's a ban. I'll give him a day. Like going back and he just said KYS. Like, oh, that's a ban. Like, what are we doing? That's why you got kicked from Gremlo's stream, chatter. Because you're being insane. Stop being insane. Is that we don't agree with the spirit of his message to execution? I mean, he's not even talking about like what's on the screen. You know what I mean? He's using this chat as a space to just yell into the void. But like, it's not the void. He thinks he's yelling into the void. Like he's screaming at what he thinks is like his bathroom mirror, but it's actually a two-way mirror and we're standing on the other side. You know what I mean? And we can just hear him screaming. Like we're like in a classroom and he's just like yelling at a wall because he thinks that like the wall goes to the outside. And I come in, I'm like, hey, this wall actually goes to the inside. And I go back to my room and he just keeps screaming it's that same wall. Shadow was screaming at sex workers in Grimlo's chat. Okay, well they're gone now. They think you're AI? I mean, they must. Also, I want to try to re-export this. Maybe it won't break my computer again.
Also started issuing some vague threats to a bunch of subreddits, and during one might be, not interested in being associated with that company. And during that live, he also started issuing some vague threats to a bunch of subreddits because there's also an H3 snark page. But this also includes FOMOI. He's saying he's being mass gaslighted, that he says he's never seen anyone in the history of the internet be harassed like this, which is like talk to any female creator ever.
Yeah.
True.
He says Russian propagandists would blush at the hate campaign going against us. But then this is where we kind of get to the threats. He's like, a lot of these people think that they're safe, but they will soon find out that they are not safe. And he is preparing stuff and working behind the scenes. And then he goes on to quote Donald Trump, which he kind of does it jokingly, but it's also like interesting. He goes, stand back and stand by, which is something Trump said about white supremacists. He says, stand back and stand by because there's something in the works that I just can't wait for. He also said, we'll get him, guys. We'll get him. You know me. I'll ruin my fucking life in the pursuit of getting these people. I can't wait. I can't wait to show you guys.
Oh, maybe that's the problem. I was trying to export. Wait, was it 2.5 hours of content? 2.5 hours is kind of long. Sorry.
What we're working on.
First off, you know Ethan is a YouTuber because that's a type of language that like influencers use when they can't tell you they're about to drop a makeup palette, and then they're like, I can't talk about it.
They're like, oh my God, I'm sorry to be like this, but I just can't tell you.
Can't show you guys. And then it's literally like one eyeshadow, and you're kind of like, well, thank you so much. Second, I mean, seemingly gearing up to come after them with lawyers, maybe for defamation, and most recently, FOMO was hit with a harassment warning from Reddit. Like, that seems to be what he's going for.
That was crazy because the narrative being pushed is that FOMO is and has been orchestrating some kind of elaborate and coordinated takedown of Ethan and H3. He specifically refers to the moderators at FOMO as, quote, a network of sock puppet accounts, which is bananas because I actually spoke with the main FOMO moderator on the phone over the weekend for an interview for my newsletter Embedded. And this moderator is a college student from Canada.
Literally not a sock puppet. And I have to say, Kate, I am starstruck because I have admired this mod's work for years, daily. What was that conversation like?
Oh my gosh. I was like, oh my gosh, who is this going to be? Who is this going to be? And when what greets me on the phone, this is like a late night conversation on Friday, is literally a college student and a very stressed college student. One of the first things they said was that they had had about 5 hours sleep in the past 2 days. And they gave me kind of a good statement from FOMO's perspective on what happened that I'll read. They said, most of us mods, at least the ones who have been active throughout this saga, knew and still know very little about Ethan or what he does. We had no intention of addressing any of the brigading and harassment. He's one of hundreds of public figures that get posted to the sub every week. And to be frank, a YouTube influencer is not really on our radar.
Say that.
I know. After his post comparing this subreddit to neo-Nazis, the users of the sub, of their own accord, proceeded to submit a barrage of posts regarding his history of racism, anti-Semitism, sexualization of young girls, which, again, contrary to what some are saying, is not out of the ordinary for us to approve. Klein has repeatedly questioned why he's being posted on the sub as he is a, quote, YouTuber, seemingly unaware that posts about YouTubers and influencers have been shared on the sub since its inception. Dumois herself is an influencer. Moreover, pro-Palestine / anti-Zionist content, no matter how obscure, is also often submitted to the sub. He is not special in that regard.
Jesus. I mean, even from this statement, I can kind of hear like the toll this whole situation with the subreddit has caused this moderator you talk to. I mean, the reason why I empathize with them is because, like, reminder, most moderators of subreddits, they do it unpaid.
Right.
Like, moderators, they volunteer to do this probably for fun, just to like bridge community.
Wasn't only pro-Palestinian subreddits, so its users are already probably very aware of Ethan's Diaspora. I mean, I don't think it's one of the only pro-Palestinian subreddits. There are, especially in the last year, a growing number of subreddits that have pro-Palestinian sentiment. But it is one of the largest subreddits that happen to be pro-Palestinian as well, you know?
Community. And now they have to deal with like whatever this is.
I know, that's all I could think about is that this is a college student who is, going to classes all day and then having to come home and deal with like legal threats from a YouTuber. And they're getting nothing from it except harassment online. Like, I know they did manage to get in contact with Reddit about what's happening and they are now in communication, but apparently that's been a really slow process.
Yeah, like Reddit should be stepping in to mediate this and or maybe provide legal support. But I think this is an instance of like a very early internet concept, moderating a forum, quickly growing into something we never could have anticipated.
Especially in the current political environment, these self-policed online communities are even more important to free speech. After the break, we'll talk more about the real rise of these threats and ways to push back as attempts at online censorship go mainstream.
This podcast is brought to you by Progressive Insurance. Do you ever find out or your coverage?
You wish know what you bumble. Find a spots, edit.
You.
And a subreddit for defamation. I think the big question here is, despite these threats, can you sue a subreddit for defamation?
This is a good question because it keeps being threatened, but to kind of figure out if that threat is real, it has to do with something called Section 230, which comes up a lot in discourse and is relevant here. So Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act of 1996 says that no provider or user of an interactive computer service shall be treated as the publisher or speaker of any information provided by another information content provider. So basically, you can't hold a Reddit mod or Reddit accountable for what's said on it. But something you can do is sue for unfair content moderation. That would mean sort of allowing false or misleadingly positive posts to stay up, but deleting bad true things.
Yeah, this is what YouTube gets hit with a lot. Because you can't sue YouTube for defamation because of a creator's video, because YouTube is not a curator of content, they are a content provider, right? However, if YouTube bans content that is like if you have like allegations against yourself and you post a video refuting those allegations, YouTube bans your content but allows up other content that is anti you, right? Then they can be held accountable for that being the case, right? Or they could be, maybe. Like that's a hard case to win, but that's the only way public providers of content can be held accountable, right? It's if they are becoming like unneutral, if they are becoming partisan, if they're choosing a side, right? If they're a neutral distributor of content, if people are just choosing to watch your takedown videos instead of supporting videos about you, that's not YouTube's fault. YouTube can't then like be held accountable for like the fact that you're, responding to the allegations video got 10 likes or 10 views, and somebody says like, hey, Ethan's allegations got 1 million views. Like YouTube can't be held accountable for the fact that people are choosing to watch that other content rather than your content. But if YouTube is taking down your content so it doesn't exist on the platform, they are then choosing a side. They are then becoming partisan in this way, and they can be maybe held liable for that. Maybe.
That seems to be what both Ethan and Davide are alluding to in their posts. They're specifically using language that falls within unfair content moderation rather than solely defamation.
Yeah. And the thing that kind of struck us both about Davide and Ethan is that they aren't going after snark.
Also, what's up, YouTube chat? Make sure you like the stream as well. Make sure you like the stream, YouTube chat. Make sure you hit that like button or whatever.
Reddits that specifically target them or are about them. They're targeting subreddits that are like really broad, in which like they really only sometimes appear. I really mean it, like not even cracking top 200 character level stuff.
Yeah, like as the Foam Womad was saying, these men probably make up like a single-digit percentage of conversations in the entire forum, and yet they're acting personally targeted. Meanwhile, if you're not familiar with Reddit, women often are personally targeted by entire subreddits. They have subreddits named after them, and they just kind of have to acknowledge it as part of the job and don't say anything. But I asked the Foam Womad about any other times the sub has faced legal issues, and the biggest one is when Dumois herself filed the copyright infringement claim, and that's what prompted them changing their name from the Dumois subreddit to Foamwa. Yeah. They said they do get legal threats, but if a legal threat is made to them, either, I don't know, through email or mod mail or whatever, they have to inform the person who's raised it that they need to take any legal threats through Reddit admin.
I remember that whole name change saga. Yeah. It was super interesting, and what's funny is like both Davide and Ethan's claims, they are familiar because they seem inspired by something we keep talking about on the show, which is Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively claims. I mean, accusing someone of manipulating an online environment is now being used to enforce censorship.
I know, I hate it. It's like all the worst people in the world saw that and was like, ooh, new way to be annoying.
Half of the names I don't understand or know what they're talking about, honestly. And so I'm just trying my best to follow what's happening here.
Unlocked, and then now they're just like parroting all that language. But what's so chilling about all this is that even a couple years ago, someone, raging a campaign about a subreddit saying unfavorable things about them, they'd be kind of branded as like aggressive or unhinged because it's like you don't have any recourse here. But with the political climate kind of getting more pro censorship, it's mainstreamed this idea of like, oh, if you kick up enough of a fuss or have enough power, you can leverage that to silence speech that you disagree with. Even people supposedly on the left, which Ethan Klein is progressive.
Davide is from Love Island, which I have seen one episode of.
I mean, the Klein's threatening to sue Foamwa. is so weird to me because as someone who is perusing that subreddit daily for years, I truly less than 5 times have I clicked on a post in that subreddit about them. And if they were to pursue something legally and get FOMO taken down, I'm not even sure how it would work against a subreddit. You know, like the closest any celebrity has come to like wielding power against Dumois was when Hailey Bieber.
Yeah,
she, like,
I got the Dumois part. I'm talking about like you know, I'm trying to piece together. It's fine. It doesn't even matter, honestly.
claimed she knew the real identity of Dumois, but Hailey specifically chose not to reveal their name. She just kind of like said it as a threat, and people started noticing Dumois was like lightening up on Hailey content, not posting negative blinds about her. And I don't know, let's imagine, what if there was a situation where an influencer
Welcome in. Hello. I'm glad the thumbnail worked.
sues an online forum like NYC Influencer Snark and either wins or makes the subreddit mods start pulling back and self-censoring.
You gotta watch more Caroline streams? You're right. That is actually the only correct answer. I do have to watch more Caroline streams.
Such a bad precedent because, like, yes, some of the most abhorrent things are said in NYC Influencer Snark. And as much as I disagree with them, they should be allowed to say them. And yes, FOMO is a gossip forum, but gossip is how information is shared. And it's important because people are trying to silence it. You know, Reddit seems to be Elon Musk's next target because sort of after the true extent of his involvement in the government, more than 100 subreddits banned users from posting links to X kind of in protest. And then, you know, at that same time, he ended up going after a sub called White People Twitter. These posts were deleted, but after the identities of those like really young
Wait, really? That's so funny.
Doge staffers, young but adults, crucially, came out, I guess, posts that were deleted for violating terms, but were sort of threatening violence or perhaps, you know, used violent language against Doge staffers. They, you know, people posted them, they were taken down, but that resulted after Elon went after them in a 72-hour ban. I mean, this isn't news at this point, but someone who claims to be all about free speech, he sure likes banning and silencing people.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Going after white people Twitter is wild.
I also find this fraught. When the CEO of Reddit, Steve Huffman, last year, he said that he was thinking about paywalling subreddits. And that is alarming to me.
How would that even work?
Because it's like making me itemize, audit, like try to figure out the worth of communities like FOMO or Popheads. And considering how much free labor those mods have put into these places for years, it's like making me ask, how long do we have until Reddit gets Twittered or X? Like, is this our last good year?
White people Twitter is the most annoying liberals on the planet. Yeah, but they're kind of funny sometimes. You know what I mean?
The thing is interesting because it's actually something the FOMO mod brought up when we spoke. And they mentioned that as something, you know, because I was mentioning you guys are unpaid. They were saying, you know, with something like paywalling, you know, potentially some of that income or could go to them and compensate them for this work, which would be good. But then it's like you said, it's like, it's the same debate about, you know, just like paywalls in journalism. It's like, what public information do we have a right to see and what subreddits are crucial to public interest? And I don't know, considering how many times I'm Googling.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. You are correct. I only liked them because they boosted my tweet.
Like a weird mark on my skin and needing to see other people talking about it, or just like, you know, getting help with trying to find like some niche bit of electronic equipment. Those are all of public interest to me, and I don't want them to do it. But also, what's the alternative? Because I want FOMO to take a stand and not let public figures shut them down for having conversations. But I also personally cannot crowdfund their legal fees.
I know. I mean, another question that you are asking is like,
okay, I think we got what we need to get from this. I don't know if you need the last 2 minutes, but maybe we do. I want to get to Ethan's stream yesterday. Comments are wild. Yeah, I don't necessarily care. They're obviously Ethan Kleiners. Did you server just posted you in a sign reacting to Harry? Lol. There's no secret. I hate this man, bro. Hasan criticizing Harry and his friend. I love how Hasan goes on stream with Harry Dean and the group. Pretty one of them, he does the same thing with Bradley Martin, Nuck Boys, Andrew Schultz, FaZe Clan members, and others. He doesn't care. He's on Bradley's show talks trash about liberals. Acts like a gym bro, and Schultz show brings up gay topics about how Turks had gay sex to avoid the military. And when Dean and his friend, he downplays his communist views. He's really one of the best propagandists. He lures people in with friendship before he realizes it, and then he shows videos of terrorists dancing and singing, calling it base. They're a bunch of cho guys who dance. Meanwhile, they're just chanting death to America and death to the Jews. I hope Dean, Harry, and his friend group sees this BS and don't get radicalized by him. Like, this is so funny because, like, I won't speak to Harry specifically, but I can speak to Dean. Dean realizes that, like, he gets a bigger number from Hasan's audience. He changes his views immediately, by the way. Like, that's it. It changes their views immediately. This idea that, like, Hasan is like a a freaking, like, I don't know what the word is, a phantasmal force or like a ghost or specter that enters people and changes their minds, like by himself or whatever. It's just not true. You know what I mean? Or yeah, a puppeteer. It's not true. Hasan is a person the same way that Dean is a person. Hasan wants access to Dean's audience because they're a new audience of liberals in the same way that Dean wants access to Hasan's audience to grow his established platform. It's a give and take. It's a push and pull. You know what I mean? And if Dean can realize that he can take more from Hasan's audience by changing his views and becoming a communist or whatever, he's going to do that. Especially now that he has nothing to gain from it because Kamala lost the election. And I think there's a good chance that, like, legitimately, I think there's a good chance that Hasan can change Dean's mindset or whatever. I think it'll be, again, I think it'll be purely be like cynical and a cloud-driven endeavor because I hate Dean, right? But yeah, that's just what it is. Speaking of which, okay, it's still encoding. Hopefully this one doesn't fail again, which it honestly might fail. Even if you can't change Dean, he can change it, some of Dean's audience, which is the point, right? I mean, sure, I still hate Dean, bro. I still hate Dean. I do not like Dean. Do not like Dean, and I do not think Dean should benefit from access to Hasan's audience. I don't. So while I acknowledge the push and pull, there is something to be benefited if Dean, if Hasan can get to Dean's audience and change Dean's audience and even change Dean's mind himself, right? I still do not want Dean to be able to profit off of his growth as he's been doing, right? And another mediocre white kid who was racist, 4 years ago, homophobic 2 years ago, 3 years ago, right? To then be promoted just because he's a white kid talking about how racism is bad, right? Or a straight guy talking about how homophobia is bad or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that pisses me off. Well, let's see the clip. Also, W me being here. Because you're gonna see me being consistent, by the way.
Definitely trying to grab that base of support and then sort of associate with that in order to try to win in 2024, and it's not gonna work.
This is the other guy.
Oh, look, that was me being correct. H3 Productions, or H3 or whatever the subreddit is, posting my W's. Yeah, I was right. It didn't work, and they lost because of it. Vindicated. This was me a year ago. Vindicated.
He looks exactly like
Republicans,
Harry.
listen,
Yeah.
Gen Z is woke. We support diversity. We support inclusion. We support LGBTQ+, and we are socially conscious. We care about these issues. And look,
Bro. Error finished encoding. What? Why does it keep doing this? Maybe I have to do a different encoder, maybe? I don't know. Should I put it as MP3? Yeah. Let me see. I already closed it. RIP.
Republicans think it's a
maybe a memory / RAM issue. I mean, maybe, but like it's not capping out my memory or RAM. Even with me being live, my memory and RAM are still sitting at a cool 50%.
Home run point when they call us woke and try to demonize us. But here's the thing, we're woke and proud, and we are
we
the
gonna start
voters of the
rapping?
future. Exactly, we're gonna be one of the largest voting blocks in 2024. So I change your strategy.
This is so loud. What are your specs? Good enough. Hop off my dick.
Okay. Harry Hasan
Get a dick, chat.
literally had a debate gasm by owning this interlocutor in the marketplace of ideas.
Wait, the Department of Justice controlled by Donald Trump even determined that Hillary Clinton didn't break the law.
I like the guy with the Trump hat better.
Speak to me, bro.
He's silent. We can't say anything.
This is like the nerdy white version of like when you get like owned but in a rap battle at the high school lunch table.
He's busted. Okay, he just busted a nut, and you're over here making fun of him. This is a profound
You're right. This
accomplishment.
is his moment.
Wait, how does that not matter? You're saying that Hillary Clinton.
Many Trump supporters don't know facts. It's like, yeah, no shit, dude. Like, what the that's awesome.
Under Donald Trump's Department of Justice.
It's also funny, but like none of this is like screaming, I hate Harry. You feel me? Like Hasan has called Harry a liberal or a Democratic show for like a while. You know what I mean? Like he's laughed at Harry being a Democratic show. You have should I link for this? I'd like to watch the whole thing. Yeah, it's on Hasan's YouTube channel. Not defending a racist, homophobic guy. I mean, I was homophobic 7 years ago, and now I'm an active advocate for LGBTQ rights. I want you to people change. You also have zero context of DNA in the past. What he said in the past. I mean, sure, but you shouldn't be a voice for the left. I'm sorry. No offense to you, Chatter. You should not be speaking as a voice for the left. You know, the LGBTQ people that you were, homophobic towards should be the voice for the left, not you. You can be an ally for sure. You know what I mean? You should change your ways 100%. Right? But you should not be rewarded with a platform because of your racist or homophobic past. Does that make sense? Especially over the marginalized people that doesn't mean Hasan shouldn't either. I think Hasan serves a purpose, right? And I think there is a purpose for Hasan, right? Hasan does have the platform. We're talking about reality here. But yeah, I think if there was marginalized people who were in Hasan's place, there should be marginalized people who are in Hasan's place over Hasan. You know what I mean? That's not reality. You know what I mean? Reality is Hasan is the person with the platform. Hasan is the person with the numbers, right? And we have to operate within reality as well, right? But given a alternate world, an alternate situation where the choice is like the marginalized people, like the black people, are able to speak about racism themselves, then yeah, I think that would be a good thing. That would be a net benefit. I want a world where like people actually want to hear black people talk about racism. I want a world where people actually want to hear LGBTQ people talk about homophobia and transphobia. You know what I mean? I don't like living in a world where there has to be a cis white person speaking about, black trans misogynoir. You feel me? That's not a good world to live in. You feel me? I don't agree about Hasan. It depends on the situation. No, I disagree. I think that marginalized people should be the people speaking about these issues. That's it. Right? I don't care if you feel more comfortable hearing about racist issues from a white person. That doesn't mean that like a white person should be speaking about racist issues. Right? The problem is nobody, again, as I talked about in this video that's not exporting very well, right? The problem is that nobody wants to hear about racist issues or racism from a black person. I mean, I want a platform. I never posted about LGBTQ people or acted homophobic towards that group. It's more like internal homophobia. Okay, then we're not talking about the same thing here. You feel me? Well, this is the link. Like, I'm not saying, again, I said this yesterday. I'm not saying that people can't change. I'm not saying that people shouldn't change. You feel me? People should change. You feel me? People should change their minds. People should learn and grow, right? But like we again, as I said in this video, that I will put it on my YouTube. You'll see it tonight. At the very least, you will see it tonight. You can go to my YouTube and you can watch my entire thoughts about it. Go watch yesterday's VOD. I gave my thoughts about this entire thing on yesterday's VOD and 2 days ago. Right? And 2 days ago. When we have a history, or when we have a situation like this, where we're not only this like when we are extending past just allow people to grow and changing their minds, right? And then they are doing advocacy, but giving people a platform because they were racist in the past, right? Because they were racist in the past, right? This has 240,000 likes. He cleared him.
You call people racist when you yourself has said racist slurs. Y'all think it's okay to be racist as long as you apologize?
You think I'm hypocritical because I went from being racist to non-racist because I fulfilled the 3 qualities of accountability, apology, and genuine change in my character. And yet you
someone
think
who's learned from is benefited to others on the same journey, which is a lot of people. Fuck no. I think that you should not be rewarded for being a Nazi in the past or being racist in the past. I don't care what your takes are now. We are on the left are more rewarding to people who were Nazis in the past, who are no longer Nazis, than the people who were never Nazis. We are rewarding people for being Nazis, legitimately. Do you not see how insane that sounds? People who were Nazis and no longer Nazis are held into a given a pedestal and are given a microphone and are monetarily rewarded for it over even the white people who were never Nazis, who may have arrived at the same position that these people hold now, or the black people who were materially and who were materially harmed by those Nazis. Like, I'm happy that somebody's grown and is no longer a Nazi. Shouldn't allies be the voice for the left within their own communities if those who are directly affected by it don't feel like stepping up? That's not a thing. This is cope. There's no black people who are like, I'm not willing to step up to talk about racism. Black people are currently right now talking about racism. Black people have been talking about racism, right? There have been creators, like Dean is not new. He's not new. There are black people who debate and talk about racism all the time, but they're not provided with that same level of audience capture. They're not provided with the same level of a platform. Because again, as I said, people don't want to hear black people talk about racism. And that's the problem. That's the issue. And this is the voice that is the most heard, is the most beneficial. Then you don't care about black people. Like, that's it. That's it. You don't care about hearing from black people. You want to hear white people say what black people have been saying. That's it. That's fine as long as you admit it. But that's what you care about. That's what you care about. You don't care actually learning from marginalized people. You don't care about the lived experience of marginalized people. You care about only listening to white people. That's it. That's it. That is it. And that is all. That's it. People love hearing from other white people. That's it. That is my entire take. We are monetarily rewarding this person for having a racist past. It's like I talk about consistently about people normalizing having a Nazi phase or a racist past. Like, and again, another problem, which I'll get to in a second, right? But like, that's not normal. That is not a normal thing. It's not a normal thing to have a Nazi or racist past. 100% agree. I think that is a net positive considering he can help other people become better as well. You're not understanding. He is being rewarded for it. So sure, there could be a positive. A net positive would be listening to the black voices in the beginning, from the jump, from the get-go. Right? I think the best case scenario is if the people who are actually affected by the racism are actually listened to from the jump.
Just subscribed. City Free Palestine and Sudan.
Like, from the jump. That would be my best case scenario. Right? What's stopping somebody who is 14 years old now, right, from just having a racist phase so that they can grow from it, so they can fall into a platform. Because that's what the left seems to care about. That's it. That's what the left seems to care. That's all the left seems to care about, right? Why would you, as a 15, 16-year-old white kid, that's not how it works. What do you mean? That's what the left cares about, is it not? If you only care about people, if having a racist phase is what makes you, a voice that's worth listening to in the past, let's just go get freaking Tucker Carlson. Let's get him back and make him say, I'm sorry for being racist. Then he can be a voice for the left and throw millions of dollars at him. You know what I mean? Let's get Charlie Kirk out here. Why not? Why not? Why not pull these people out here? Have them say, I'm sorry for all of the things that I said in the past, and then give them a microphone for the left. Why not? Why not? Because that's what we care about. That's what we care about. That's seemingly what we care about. That's all the left cares about. They don't care about actually hearing from the people who have a lived experience in racism. They don't care about actually uplifting the voices of the people who have a lived experience in racism. You see, I got this correctly. You're saying that Dean is being rewarded for changing, having a racist past to this change, giving a louder platform on the left, where in the reality, it should be those marginalized people themselves with the larger platforms. Yes. Yes. In the ideal world, we would not have a plethora of voices running around being like, I used to be racist, give me money, and then we just throw a platform at them. But the marginalized people who are affected by their racism would be listened to from the jump. Why should we have to wait for somebody who was a former Nazi to stop being a Nazi to speak for the left, when the marginalized people that were harmed by them being a Nazi then, right, and being harmed by Nazis now when they stopped being a Nazi, have been speaking about why Nazis are bad? Why do we need another, a former Nazi to talk to us about Nazis being bad when the marginalized people that Nazis are affected by have been saying it already? What do not ex-Nazis do then? Just die? No, they sit the fuck down and listen, like you should be doing. They sit the fuck down and listen. They don't pick up a microphone and start preaching. They sit the fuck down and listen. That's it. That's it. They sit the fuck down and listen. I agree. Congrats on your journey. I'll go home and change the worst members of your family, even if it's if that's harder than posting. Yeah. Yeah. That's it. Do you think the former Nazis can explain the better current Nazis how to de-radicalize? Fuck no. Y'all are dumb. Y'all are stupid. No. Former Nazis cannot explain how to de-radicalize Nazis. How were they de-radicalized, chat? What are we talking about here? Oh yes, we now need we need Nazis to then learn not to be Nazis, to teach the other Nazis to learn not to be Nazis, to then teach the other Nazis to learn not to be Nazis. Maybe if we, listen to the people who've been explaining why Nazism is bad from the get-go, from the jump, we don't need a former Nazi to show up and be like, this is why this is bad. Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. I necessarily agree with your assertion that formerly bigoted individuals can or shouldn't have a platform. I agree that they shouldn't be rewarded for the sheer fact that they've changed. When they victimize groups that they've been advocating for, I agree with that. My point is not that they shouldn't have a platform. My point is that they shouldn't have a platform based upon the very notion that they're changing, and the marginalized people should have a platform ahead of them. I don't think we should usher somebody into the left, give them a microphone, allow them to speak when there are marginalized people who are struggling to currently get a platform right now. You can be a formerly racist person and be rewarded with their platform, but if you are a black person who's trying to speak about their lived experience, nobody cares. Nobody cares. They don't. Because again, nobody wants to hear a black person talk about racism. And that's the issue. because it makes white people feel uncomfortable. You feel more comfortable hearing from a former Nazi or from a former racist, right? Because you used to be a former racist. And that's a problem. It's not about your fucking comfort. And if you're so worried about your comfort and how comfortable a former racist makes you feel because you were a former racist, you're not done changing yet. And guess what? You need to hear from a black person to tell you that. Y'all are so stuck. And maybe you guys aren't done changing yet. Maybe have you understood that and realized that maybe you're not done changing yet? You're not fully there yet. Because you're prioritizing your comfort over everything else. Is it? People that had a racist past got to live the best of both worlds. Their racist acts were protected and encouraged by the right, and then they were funded and praised by the left for being racist. Where's the transition and their accountability? Yeah. I agree. I think the experience of changing can be an insight, but people like Hasan are using it as a substitute for actual racist discourse. I don't want to speak on behalf of black people. I am not one. The problem I see with a guy using his growth for monetary gain, this makes it biased, and there's no way to prove that it's genuine. So he shouldn't be a voice on the issue, not that he shouldn't have a platform. And him being one is selfish and cynical, in my opinion. Marginalized voices are extremely important. I used to be a black and queer person that didn't believe in racism or transphobia was an issue. And it wasn't until I stopped listening to white libs and listened to people within our community it all made sense. I credit Miss Cat Black for radicalizing me. Because the biggest problem, the main problem, is that this is never afforded to black liberals. Right? It's just what I talked about yesterday. This is never afforded to black liberals. Ever. The white leftist or even white liberal sphere, or specifically white leftist, the white leftist sphere, right, is so antagonistic to black liberals. There's no growth for black liberals, right? There's no almost there for black liberals. You feel me? Black liberals speak in the same way this person speaks, and it's not like, oh, well, like, they can learn and they can grow. It's, this identity politics, right? It's cancerous. This identity politics is cancerous. That's all anybody cares about. Where's the class analysis? But when it's Dean, it's, W. Dean, he's almost there. When it's Harry, it's like, he can grow and he can learn. But when it comes to a black liberal, then it's like, it's a cancerous identity politics. Anti-materialist, how dare. It's never extended to black liberals. Because the problem is they don't even care about black liberals talking about racism. They want to hear a white liberal talk about it because they identify with the former racist part of it. He's not a W, he's a Jubilee DNC show. I want to show you something, chat. Oh wait, this is not even the correct count, yeah.
This is the most insane thing.
It's not based on TikTok Live. That's crazy. I didn't know liberal Spider-Man was chill like that. Spider-Lib is just a chill guy. He's on YouTube now too. Spider-Man Lee is just like that for real. I need to catch up on his streams though. Ain't no way he spoke to Dean. This is strangely wholesome. Incredible collaboration. Shout out Dean and Parker. Dean is really cool. Unk stuff is so wholesome AF. Dean Weathers and the gang are obby heads. Like, what are we doing here? Why do people idolize Dean? He just debates people for clout. That's what I'm saying, chat. That's my point. That's my point. That's my point. We are so quick to just throw a platform at somebody, right? And this goes into like the parasocial nature of like Hasan talks about somebody positively and the chat is just, you know, hive minds around them, right? But we just throw a platform at somebody and it's this. But let even just like look at the chat when Hasan even talked about FD signifier, you know what I mean? Like there's positiveness within it as well. But like there are also just an insane amount of messages about how FD signifier is a liberal, he's 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 a liberal. He's a liberal, he's a liberal, he's a liberal, he's a liberal, he's a liberal. FD signifier is a liberal. It's like, yeah, love FD, he's too much of a liberal though. But with Dean, it's like, oh, like W Dean, he's almost there. You know what I mean? He's almost, like Hasan can make him a communist. You know what I mean? Like, that's my problem. My problem is there's a lot of charitability and leeway for, I'll be right back. There's a lot of charitability and there's a lot of leeway for formerly racist white liberals, but it's not extended to black people ever. Wait, I think it finished exporting. I wonder. Create, upload. Be back.
That I've ever encountered. Like, this is the most insane thing that I've ever done in my life. A lot has taken place in the world of Hasan Abi Piker. You never said you were going to do a TikTok live stream. I didn't know that I was going to do a TikTok live stream. It was impromptu. Also, why are you freaking out? Who cares? But yeah, last night I ended the broadcast and I thought, you know, I'll go on my TikTok For You page. And I was...
gifted a tier 1
What's up,
sub to
Neswa?
Nezua. They have given 182 gift subs.
Here's
in
thank you
the
for the gifted
channel.
sub. Also, Asa, thank you for the 7 months. And Sad Cheetah, thank you for the 2 months as well. Right? My point is not that Dean can't have a platform or whatever, right? My point is purely that the fact that we on the left seem to promote people with a formerly racist past just by proxy of them being formerly racist instead of the marginalized people who were affected by that racism is I think it's dumb. Right? Especially when you consider how difficult it is to actually grow a platform as a marginalized person. You know what I mean? How difficult that is. It feels like less like someone who's overcome the racist past and more like a grifter. And yeah. Do you think there's an expectation for black people to just get it and already be leftist just because they're black and because they assume white people who start racist, they see it as a win when they challenge the norm? Yes. That's exactly what it is. Right? There's an expectation for black people to be inherently leftist. Right? And there's no growth ever for black people. Right? It's why black conservatives get it worse than black liberals do. You know what I mean? Like you see a black conservative and like freaking white leftists go insane and then they see white conservatives and it's like, oh, working class person. You know? Black conservative, disgusting, tooey, nasty. White conservative, working class person. We need a working class coalition. You know the Black Panthers actually had a rainbow coalition between people of all different identities. You know what I mean? It's never extended to black people. Right? It doesn't just stop at black people. It's never extended to marginalized people. There's always a lot of leeway, right? Always a lot of leeway for white conservatives and white liberals, but it's never extended to their black counterparts. Right? Never extended to their black counterparts. And that's the part that makes me the maddest. You know what I mean? That's the part that pisses me off the most. I usually lurk here, but I do cut Dean's slack because I talk like him when I was his age. I was really a cringe lib who wasn't checking their microaggressions. I really hope he's capable of growing into a better person like I did. I don't know if he will though. And I do also hope he grows, right? But this isn't even necessarily about Dean like that. I just don't think he should have a platform, or I don't think he should be handed a platform. You feel me? Which he is. And again, it's never extended to black liberals either. It's not. It's not. When these topics come up, you always just get white leftists doing class reductionism. Yes. And that's the part that makes me as mad as I am. Right? Because it feels like you can grift off of being formerly racist. And that's just something that black people can't do. You know what I mean? Not as easily, at least. Not saying that they can't do it, but just not as easily, because it's not taken as seriously. You feel me? It's just not taken as seriously as a white person being, I used to be racist. I used to be racist, but now I learned black people are kind of okay. 1 million followers or whatever. 1 million followers. It just doesn't work like that for black people. It's not extended like that for black people. Right? Because by and large, black people usually aren't racist. Sometimes they are. There are black racists, don't get me wrong. Right? But the lion's share of black people who talk about politics online, we're not racist. They can't grift off of their I used to be racist grift. Right? But then talking about their experience is not taken as seriously as somebody who used to be racist because like, oh, it was their lived experience. Like, oh, well, you know, this person, and because this is what makes me mad, right? We're looking at a white person and a black person, and we're just assuming that a white person knows how to speak to racist people better than black people do, which kind of feels to me like that's racist. Like this idea that like a black person cannot appeal to the humanity of racist people, but like white people inherently can. Like white people who used to be racist can speak better, more eloquently to other racist people than black people can. Like, I don't like that. Like the idea that like you put a racist person in front of me and I can't get them to believe in my humanity, but you put a racist person in front of Dean and he can. He's just inherently better at that than I am because he was a white person who used to be racist. Like, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? Okay, I will say I've gotten a lot of microaggressions from black people growing up Asian in North Carolina. And I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm not saying that black people, you know, can't be racist toward other races or whatever. The point that I'm making is that like a black person can't grift off of being racist. Like, oh yeah, I used to be racist towards Asians and now I think like, you know, Asian people are cool or whatever. Like that's not gonna work in the same way that Dean's working. You know what I mean? You don't get the white supremacy buff there. Right? Because the reason why it works is not like, oh, black people were racist back then and now they're not racist, therefore profit, right? The point is, I used to adhere to the system of white supremacy, the overarching structure of white supremacy, and now I'm going against it. It's not about the act of being racist, right? It's about the act of combating or being somebody who benefits from the system of white supremacy and then being like, I was for that, and now I'm against that. Right? And we are inherently raising the voice of somebody who did benefit from white supremacy and it's like saying like, hey, white supremacy is not good anymore. We are raising up that person's voice as opposed to somebody who was always a victim of white supremacy. Right? Who was always a victim of white supremacy. that voice is just not as valid to the left. It's just not as valid. The voice of somebody who used to benefit from white supremacy is more valid because they benefit from white supremacy. And to me, that sounds like white supremacy. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, if we are on the left raising up voices just by proxy of how they benefited from white supremacy in the past, is that not just white supremacy? Are we not doing white supremacy on the left by raising up voices for somebody who benefited from it and just does it anymore? And we were putting those voices ahead of the people who were actually victimized by white supremacy? That's my point. That is my point. Right? He still benefits from it. Now is saying it was a bad in his bag. Yeah, like, yeah, he still benefits from it. Because he run around and be like, I used to benefit from it. I feel like a lot of white people in chat that have said the N-word feel attacked from what you're saying, projecting onto the change the mind guy. At least reading the chat is how it looks to me. It doesn't seem like you're criticizing them. I might be wrong. I think that there's a little bit of miscommunication. No, that's what I said. I said that they feel attacked because they're not done changing it. They identify with this person because they had their own racist past, and they don't want to sit there and think that, like, maybe I'm not done changing it. Maybe I have a few things or steps to go, right? And so they need to believe, right, that this person is genuine, because that means that they're also genuine. They need to believe that this person is allowed to speak for the left or speak on behalf of the left, because it would mean that they're allowed to speak on behalf of the left. And me telling them, this person, that I don't think that this person should be promoted over marginalized people, right? They by proxy feel attacked by that. Which is exactly the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm gonna finish this off as well.
You call people racist when you yourself has said racist slurs. Y'all think it's okay to be racist as long as you apologize?
You think I'm hypocritical because I went from being racist to non-racist because I fulfilled the three qualities of accountability, apology, and genuine change in my character, and yet you think I'm hypocritical because I call out other individuals that have not fulfilled those three qualities and have been unapologetically racist since the 70s, such as Donald J. Trump. That is not hypocrisy. That is fact, sir. You only want to call it hypocrisy to obfuscate away from the fact that this 20-year-old white boy on TikTok and YouTube can hold himself to a higher degree of accountability than the president of the United States of America.
And I want to point out, this whole time, I've been speaking, for the last 3 days I've been talking about this. I've been speaking from the perspective of this person actually changing their mind, right? We've been talking about this person actually changing their mind. But I want to point out, this person, and Chris, and Harry, and even Parker, right, have all defended Kamala Harris doing things that harmed marginalized people. They've defended the draconian border bill. Right? They've defended the genocide in Gaza. They defended Joe Biden doing the same thing as well. They defended the neutered down, watered down Republican policies that Kamala Harris put forward. So we were talking about this person actually changing his mind. Right? But really all that happened is he stopped saying the N-word. Maybe. And that's really it. But no, we have to sit there and I have to applaud this person because he's no longer saying the N-word, because he's no longer racist. I have to support him, right? I have to give him kudos. I have to pat him on the back because he's no longer saying racist things anymore. Right? My voice, meaningless. Right? I, as a black person, my small p black brain has no way to speak to racist people. I have no idea how to do it. I'm inherently inferior in doing it, chat. We heard the guy say it yesterday. I can't do it. My brain just can't comprehend speaking to a to a racist person. He has to do it. This guy must do it. He used to be racist. He must be inherently better at it than I am. Because that's what he's saying. You know what I mean? That's not what he's saying, but that's what like society is saying. When you say that, like, oh, a formerly racist person, is anybody else about them? They might not listen because they're from the brain. There's again no evidence. You are projecting. You are projecting. There is no evidence that that's the case. We were just assuming that racist people won't listen to black people because they're black. Right? So it must be a white person. As a white person, I must be the person to speak. They won't listen to you guys. Listen, as a white person, they will not listen to you, black people. Step back, step aside. I must speak on your behalf. They will never listen to you. Give me the platform. Give me all of your energy, and I will do the spirit bomb. That's what you're saying. That is what you're saying. I'm not saying they would never. I'm saying at first they might not, which you have no evidence for. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You're saying, yes, we must have a white voice because they might not listen to black people. That's what you're saying. You're saying you must have a white voice speak on behalf of black people because they might not listen to black people. That is what you're saying. That is what you are saying. What is the alternative to what you're saying? You consider that the problem is not you have the capacity to talk to racists, the capacity of the racist to listen. I'm not against your POV. I agree that you'll be rewarded for forming racist. Not my point. More that he might have a marginal utility, which again, there's no evidence for. This feels like cope, so you guys can listen to a white person talk about black issues. That's it. That's it. It is. It's cope. It's cope. It's pure cope and projection. That like and I'll say it's racist, chat. It is a racist assertion that you are assuming that he has a special cheat code to talk to racist people that black people just do not have, and that we must promote white voices in our space because black people could never be effective in talking against or speaking down against racism. That's what it is. It's racism. You're doing racism, chat. And I know it's gonna hurt you to hear, right? It's gonna make you feel uncomfortable to hear, right? But this conversation exactly is why black voices are necessary. Directly. This conversation directly is evidence for what I'm saying. You don't want to hear me say this because it makes you feel uncomfortable. You don't want to want to hear me say this because it doesn't make you feel all good and warm and fuzzy inside. That's it. That's it. You want to hear this person tell you this because it makes you feel less uncomfortable. But a black person telling you that maybe a black person is as effective, if not maybe even more effective, to speak to their lived experience than a white liberal hurts your inside. Because you're like, well, then what is my role as a formerly racist person? I have utility. I used to be racist. Now I'm not racist. What is my role on the left if a black person can do what I do? And maybe your role on the left is to listen. Maybe your role on the left is to internalize and work through the beliefs that you don't even know you have yet. Is it racist to assume that racists are racist? I disagree with you. I'm not sure it's racist to feel that way. No, I think it is racist to assume that a black person cannot be effective in speaking down or talking down races. I think that is a racist assertion. This is the root issue, right? You don't believe a black person can properly demonstrate their humanity to a racist person, and that a white person must be the person to do it. That's it. That's it. And you guys are coping. You guys are coping. You're coping. You are coping right now. You're coping. Because for some reason, you don't want to believe that a black person can be effective in walking down and talking down races. You want to believe that white voices have a place on the left. That's what you want to believe. And because you want to believe that, you're looking for anything you can to find to justify believing that. That's it. Is that they won't listen to black people, which you have no fucking evidence for. Black people have been, for decades, talking down racists. Decades. There is historical evidence for it. What you're saying is, man, fuck Martin Luther King. We need Bernie Sanders as a 20-something-year-old kid at the front of the line because he needs to be the leader of the movement. Fuck listening to Martin Luther King. Give 20-year-old Bernie Sanders the microphone. Fuck listening to Malcolm X. Give that 20-year-old white kid the microphone. Fuck him. Nobody will ever listen to him. Nobody would ever listen to him. Fuck him. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. No. Nobody ever. They cannot possibly be effective in demonstrating their own humanity. Give that white kid the book. Give that white kid the book. Yeah, Malcolm Moore over Malcolm X. Like, come on. Come on. Not someone like Malcolm X. I'm okay today. He needs someone who looks like the white racist folks to bring them over. You're fucking wrong. You're moronic, chatter. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. You're stupid, and you have no historical evidence for this. You're fucking wrong. Objectively so. One man convinced 200 Ku Klux Klan members to give up their robes.
Confederate monuments are just.
I don't think so. No, you are. You are. You're objectively wrong. You are objectively incorrect. Objectively incorrect. And there is historical evidence for it. Historical evidence for it. You are incorrect. Incorrect.
On how far this nation has come another way, collecting Ku Klux Klan robes. Meet blues musician Daryl Davis. He's African American, and for more than 3 decades, he's had what you might call an interesting hobby, befriending members of the Klan, and once the friendship blossoms, the Klansmen have a change of heart. Daryl Davis says some 200 Klansmen have given up their robes after meeting him. Some even gave Davis their robes, which he keeps as a reminder of the dent he has made in racism. Daryl Davis joined us in our studios here in Washington. I asked him to tell us about the encounter that started him on this journey.
I was playing music. It was my first time playing in this particular bar called the Silver Dollar Lounge. And this white gentleman approached me, and he says, I really enjoy your all.
Was this argument black people need white people to speak for them? Yes. 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 That's the argument. That is the argument. It is white man's burden. Yeah. Yes. That is the argument. This is the argument. This is the argument that supposedly progressive and leftist chatters are making right now. Supposedly progressive and leftist chatters are making the argument that we need white people to speak for black people. It is a necessity. Even though it has been demonstrated that black people can speak for themselves. Oh, sorry, these small-brained black people who are inferior, they can't possibly speak to racists. No, it can't possibly be effective. No. We must have a formerly racist white person. Not even just a white person. We must have a formerly racist white person. We need somebody from the Ku Klux Klan to just decide without any provocation or whatever, to just decide, hey, no, black people are cool, to take off the robes, and then we need that person to go into the Ku Klux Klan to undo all of the Ku Klux Klan members, right? How did that one Ku Klux Klan member, right? How did they possibly arrive at the position that black people are humans? Who knows? Who knows? I don't know how that person did it, right? We need to wait for one racist white person to have a change of heart just by their own, so that they can then start talking to other racist white people. You know what I mean? And it's not that, I don't know, maybe one racist person meets a black person that is able to adequately demonstrate their humanity, change their mind, right? And then that's how this person exists in the first place. How do you think the first white person stopped being racist, chat? They just woke up one morning and said, hey, maybe racism is bad? Or maybe it was the black people who were there who got them to stop being racist. Maybe. It's definitely more impactful for Hasan to go out and talk to the homeless than to talk about them. Yeah. I was actually the first white person to stop being racist. I was there. Like, what are we talking about here? You think white people need black people to know slavery and putting down people is wrong? Yes! They fucking did slavery, you insane, ironic moron. You are so stupid. You are so stupid. Yes, white people needed black people to tell them slavery was bad. Yes, 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 yes. Okay, no, this person is bad faith. Bad faith. Jeez Louise, it's like freaking dragging down the collective intelligence of society, bro. You're so dumb. So dumb. So dumb. Just insanely dumb. Insanely dumb. Maybe not bad faith. No, they're bad faith. Being like, who do you think enslaved the white people first? Like, that's bad. That's bad faith. That's a bad faith argument. Yeah, exactly. They're doing the white people were also slaves. Yeah, that bad faith. Immediately bad faith. They were not here in good faith. But for the chatters who were in here in good faith, that's who you were arguing on the side of. I just want you to take a second, and think on who you were arguing right beside. That is how y'all sounded. Just for 1 second, I want you to just think about that. Just think about that. I changed my mind because that wasn't my point at all. I started remembering anti-Muslim propaganda in my youth while watching Frogan. I remember anti-China propaganda watching a Chinese streamer. It made me remember the wrong white people from my childhood. Thinking hard, I gave up. That's fair. My point is that you do not need formerly racist white people to speak on the behalf of black people. You do not need it. Right? And the assumption that you need it, right, over black people having a platform to speak about their own racist endeavors, like their own experience with racism, their lived experience, is a little bit racist. Human question, do you think the point could be raised to Dean in a non-contentious setting? I feel like he'd argue it. I don't do debates. This entire conversation is separate from me just saying, I don't think what he does is productive in the first place. There are black liberals who do debates on TikTok that I also don't think is productive. You know what I mean? I don't think it's remotely productive. He's posted on YouTube, TikTok, great speech. I talked about this consistently. And I have a video uploading right now on TikTok, on YouTube. This is my video from yesterday. It's an hour and 27 minutes long that I need a thumbnail for, that I need to make. What should my thumbnail be? Actually, I'm gonna take a little break. If women is like suggesting you need a man to explain what's happening in my womb because they know better. Not even that they know better, but also like they just know how to talk to men better. Like, no, we need men. We need male feminists because we need men to explain women's issues to men because men would know better. Men know how to talk to men better. Men talk men better. Men must talk men. Women can't talk men. Like, that's stupid. That's so dumb. It's so dumb. They should be the ones deciding and showing the issue of women to others so that they would change. That's how people were arguing. Yes. Yes. What about gamers thinking gamers should never be allowed to talk about games? I think they're right. They're correct. As an old white, I had to figure this out. Whole dynamic a long time ago was instrumental. I appreciate in how I approach the world. Sean is right. If you need a white guy to say so, thank you. The old diarrhea hard. Yes, if you don't believe me, listen to the white guy who was saying it, chat. Right? And again, I'm not saying that like having allies is ineffective. I'm not even saying that white people who are formerly racist can't have a platform. Right? But my point is that the idea that it's necessary for the left to exist is so gross. And that we should be, as the left, listening to the marginalized people themselves, right? Who want to talk about their experience with racism. The fact that like Dean started streaming like 20 days ago and has more viewers than I do when he streams on YouTube is crazy. I'm gonna be real. To be fair, different content, right? But like, it just goes to show that people want to see white people talk about racism as opposed to black people talking about the exact same thing. Want to see the Photoshop skills? Don't worry, you guys, you've already seen mine before. Is he being backed by the Dems or is it just because of live content? He was backed by the Dems, but his platform on YouTube is not specifically Dem backed. Hello? Hello? Copy image. There you go. Wait, wrong one. That's fine. I need me. Oh yeah, I want. When does this happen? Okay. When we do the fist. Oh, he didn't do. He didn't put the durag section on YouTube, bro. L. Ooh, I like this one. Oh, geez. Oh, no. That was crazy.
IOVIS just subscribed.
What? Please. Okay. Remove background. Okay. Okay. I need Hasan as well. Make it thumbnails, cinema. Thank you. Hmm. With the do-rag? That's pretty funny. Oh, okay. Maybe that's no. Okay. Copy image. It's bad quality.
Okay, how do I put this? Like this? This? Like this?
Fist, do the fist. Black History Month, baby. Perfect. That's exactly what I need. That is exactly what I need. Appreciate you. Cool. Cool. Now I put him underneath him. And then I need one more person. Hmm. Good enough. I'll take this one too. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Free with trial. Okay, I don't need a pack, bro. Just give me the what? Gosh darn it. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Bro, please. What? Boom. Boom. Graphic design is my passion. You guys don't get it. You guys wouldn't understand it. Would you download a car? Okay. Now I need fighting ring. Thank you. Click copy. You guys don't see the vision yet. I'm screaming from an InDesign file. Okay. And now, of course, we gotta throw my signature Gaussian blur on the background. Okay. Boom. Maybe I'll move Hasan over here and move these two right here. Like this. Oh, you're right. Hasan's fist must be visible. You're right. Honestly, I could just move them all over here and then move myself over here and then flip myself horizontally. Layer. Or edit, transform horizontally like this. I have Hasan's fist, and then I have done. Take Harry. I take Dean. He's punching the guy in the chin. Yeah, I just move Harry right here. Boop. Okay, that was great. Thank you. But now they're looking the wrong way. You're right. I gotta flip all of them around except for Hasan. Even I could have done that the first time as well. Well, the more you know. This one and this one. Edit. Transform. Move horizontally. There we go. Whoop. Didn't mean to do that. Wait, where'd it go? Oh no. Oh no. Oh, okay, there it is. Okay. I fixed it. No worries. Okay. Now, of course, we yeah, and we're gonna move Harry down some as well. We're gonna put the text at the top this time. And of course we had to add a stroke to me. Right click, blending. The voting badge is reversed. It's fine. Okay, to be fair, I can flip, okay, I'll flip Harry back around. How about that? Stroke. And then we add an outer glow. And I'll make myself blue with the white glow. Okay. And then we go and we'll take Harry. We'll flip Harry horizontally. And we'll add him here. I'm not putting Mike from PA and Ethan. And then we just take the 3 of these. And we'll group them. And then we'll actually make a copy of the group. And we'll hide this. And then we'll go here. Blending options. We'll add a stroke as well. And then we'll make the stroke red. And then we'll add a shadow as well. Or add a glow as well. We'll make the glow this time reddish. Oh wait, I didn't add a... Wait, did I forget one? Why is this guy not included? Oh wait, he is. Okay. He is, yeah. And then we'll done here. Make this a little bit larger. I'll make my glow a bit on the bluer side. Cool. And now we add some text. The text is going to be, what should the text be? Oh, you're right. I did hide the fist. Okay, I'll fix that. Okay. Debater clash? That's crazy. Debater clash is wild. Okay, and then we'll I'm not sure why this is red here, so I'll just move over. I'll just move out. I'll just erase it actually. Where's my eraser at? Oh, where's my phone buzzing? Oh, it's freaking work. Where's the eraser? Oh, eraser. There we go. Okay, and now we just go here. And then we do blending. We'll give it a stroke as well. Not stroke, right? Yeah. And we'll do this, but make it purplish. And I'll change the stroke color also to purplish. Huh? I vote putting another I vote sticker on Hasan's face. That's too far. Versus needs. Okay, you're right. The verses does need to pop out more. I gotta add some styling to the verses. Right click, blending modes. I also give it a stroke. We'll give it a bevel and an emboss. That way it makes it like stick out. I give it its own stroke, but I make this stroke yellow. No, I don't like that. What if I make it smaller? And then I do it on the inside. With a That's not bad. Multiply inside. That is right. It's debater. Nah, it's debator, honestly. Boom. Huh? Huh? Does this make you want to click it? Takes you to pop more. I can add a inner glow that is black. It's white. That doesn't really help. Inner shadow. I was just add everything. Ugh. White, I mean, white's okay. Yellow would be good. Thank you. Yeah, we do white. Okay, I will also say Debater Clash is good. I don't think... Actually, no, it's fine. Wait, what is it? Oh, there it goes. Okay. Move the guys on the right down so the bottom border isn't there in the face. Like this. Can't see the I voted sticker then. What if I move all of them down? It is kind of busy. I will say it's a bit busy. More glows? You're right. I need more glows. Yeah, just a little bit busy. There's a lot of colors. It's YouTube. Should I add racing stripes? I am also missing the red arrows. Let's see what it looks like without the text. Honestly, not that bad without the text. Can you blur the outline? Which outline? I can make the strokes on me smaller as well. Does you and Sonic get more clicky? Yeah, but also it's mostly about mostly about me and mostly about Dean. Go out for a second. This is what it'll look like. But if I get rid of the text, I can actually make them bigger. Mostly a song because he's gonna pull the views. And I can add Harry like in the like here. You know what I mean? Maybe right behind us, like maybe right up here. Maybe right here actually. I can also make myself a tad bit bigger too. Hair can go smaller right here. I like that. I like Harry's face. Just that's good. That's good. I like that one. Okay. W thumbnail. I could also I can move Harry and Hasan over some. You see the face a little bit. Okay. Okay. Export as smaller file. Export. What should we say? LibTokers. LibTokers. Save. Cool. Now we go to my YouTube. That's my live stream, not my upload. Where's my upload at? Oh, here it is. Okay. Oh, this is part of the stream. Thank you for the photo editing lesson. You're welcome. Okay, what else we do, chat? What should the title be? The boys are liars. The boys are liars. Say your goodbye. He doesn't see ya. You're not looking at me, boy. Grandma, leave for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello, hello. You just missed the conversation where I was yelling at chat because they were being dumb. Oh. I was about to go get the Henny. Chuck dies. Thank you for the 50 gifted. Oh God, oh geez. You guys missed the entire Photoshop portion. What's up, Chuck? Is Grandma and Twitter Vorlo the same person? Maybe. You actually drive a hard bargain. Platform is a good. I like that. Hasan should not platform Dean Withers. Hey there, what's up, Chuck? Let's see. I'll reuse my description from. It doesn't even show up here. Let me see. My username? Elon's left nip. Yes, it's the best. The class with another inward enjoyer? That's crazy. G2 won today. I'm very happy. As if it had been able to use my past experience of fully understanding your perspective after listening to your full point. I agree with you and value your viewpoint on the subject matter. I'm glad you reversed in the space. Thank you. I'm glad that we can have open dialogue. Except for that one guy that I banned. That guy sucks. I don't think Hasan should platform these liberal Kamala supporting LibTokers. This is why. They spelled something? Good. Good. Let's see. Oh, okay. Monetization, ads on. Yeah, to milk this for ad revenue. Ad suitability. Video elements. Good enough. Okay. Let's see. Okay. You guys can't hear it. I can hear it. I've seen video creation process before. This is interesting. Usually, you should generally spend more time than I just spent.
Younger white guys. A lot of good. But
Insider black kid talk about racism. Nobody wants to hear a 20-year-old black kid talk about racism. Nobody wants to hear a 20-year-old black kid talk about their experience with racism and how white supremacy exists. They don't. They don't. Everybody wants to hear the white kid go against the grain talking about how racism, right, exists and how they used to be racist. Yeah, this is the video. It's an hour and 27 minutes long with very minimal cuts. There's like 2 or 3 cuts in here. I cut out, like, there's like a full like 20 seconds of dead air, but like other than that, it's pretty uncut. And I think it was a good conversation. Under 15,000 Cartier frames, yes. And in case you're wondering, these are my ones that I broke yesterday. What if I put them on my head, it'll stay? Let's see. I'm like Harry Potter. Need some tape or something. Da, 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 da. Da, da. You hear summary of why you shouldn't platform Deem? Watch the VOD. I cannot. I've spoken on it enough. I think you just need a new boat. Yeah, but these are cheap. I'll just buy another one. Stream your full time, or do you go to work after this? I go to work after this. Every day. I stream for 6 hours, work for 6 hours, and then I come home and I keep working on stuff. This section specifically of you speaking made me go look for Black creators talking about racism and their thoughts. This is what I came across. You guys can't even hear this. I'm so stupid.
Have you ever thought about it? There are between 38 and 50 million people in the United States of America who are poverty stricken, making income less than the poverty level. And yet, this is the richest nation in the history of the world. Our national gross product this year will go beyond $800 billion. And yet there are between 38 and 50 million people who are poverty-stricken. Now, something wrong.
Happy Black History Month, the shortest month of the year. Growing up as a child, I lived in the Chicagoland area, and while there were a variety of different ethnic groups that I lived in close proximity to, most of the neighborhoods I lived in were predominantly black. I was in community with folks that looked like me, and to no surprise, my cultural outlook reflected that. One particular part of that reflection was always Black History Month. In my elementary school, staff made sure that us young students were aware of the importance of learning our history, all of the struggles, sacrifices, and challenges that our ancestors had to overcome in order to push for the progress we see today. And when I say learn about our history, I really just mean showing the class Our Friend Martin for 4 years in a row. This movie did numbers in a lot of school. For some reason, I always thought it was an episode of Recess as a kid. I don't know, it's probably
It
because
does look like Recess a little bit.
all 90s black male cartoon characters had the same fucking haircut.
True.
Give me grace, I was like 6. How we teach black history to our young children is important.
We're not gonna watch the entire video. It looks interesting. I might watch it on my own. I also love the animation style. Yeah, I am curious to see where this goes. I never saw that. Basically, it was like a, I don't know how to explain it. I just had no idea how to explain it. I only saw it like freaking 12 years ago. So it was about Martin Luther King. Time travel, yeah, it kind of felt like an isekai. like a Black history isekai a little bit. You know what I mean? That's what the vibe was. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting distracted. I gotta finish this. Checks. What? Limit to monetization? Why? Request review. Always send more people his way. Watch 30-50% of the video at the cost of your current audience. What do you mean? He goes to school, teacher turns a watch that makes them time travel to when MLK was a kid. They become friends with him, learn about nonviolent protests, ignore all the things that he taught, and then they see him before they get shot and learn We need to let him get shot so that America become a better country and then start forward to the current day. People get interested and then need to finish the video. I don't know what you mean. I'm totally confused. Public. Publish. Review issues. Review issues. Review requested. Wait, can I not publish the video because I requested a review? Oh, I can publish it anyway. Good with middle finger? That's not a middle finger, chat. It's me pointing. I'm literally pointing upwards. They don't know that? I don't think it's what it is, personally. I don't know if he's a creator or not. Okay, we'll get to the stories in a second. We're going to get through this first.
Because there's too much shame in his heart to openly admit that.
Does VossBot automatically update?
Okay, so
I'm going live with Gen Z Dems threw him off too. That I don't understand. That was me. Oh, Katie stays on the pulse. Ow. I mean, it can, but Schwartz messes it up. Oh, that makes sense. Anyway, that's the video. Hasan should not platform Dean Withers. I had to put Hasan in the title to farm a little bit. But that's my thoughts on it. I will say that I did promise to be fair and watch the actual TikTok live stream. So if anybody in chat has the link that I put in to keep and to save for later, I did promise to be fair to watch the full live stream. Or at least some of it, to at least try to understand what Hasan was doing here. Are you like sleep paralysis demon in your latest upload? Which one? When I just uploaded like 10 seconds ago?
Inbred fucking psychos that are going in to destroy aid going into Gaza. And then he cuts that part to be like, oh, he's calling all Jewish people inbred. It's stuff like that for the most part. That's basic stuff. If you say anything even remotely pro-Palestinian, you're going to get attacked that way all the time on the internet. I'm sure you guys live stream a lot, so I'm sure you're very familiar with the ways in which sometimes people clip you out of context. But the thing I took offense to, for the most part, was like the liberal Zionist Hasbara that took place, where he said a bunch of like incredibly ahistorical claims, like that were, I think, very insensitive and also demonstrably untrue. Saying that 1 million Jews were displaced from the surrounding Arab regions, like expelled forcibly.
Yesterday? Yeah, this is the beginning, by the way. This started like 2 minutes ago, and we watched the beginning yesterday.
And he called the Nakba like the
You're
war
not
of
familiar
independence.
with saying pro-Palestinian things? You're not familiar with saying them, or not familiar with Hasan saying them? I don't remember.
Or something along those lines. I can't remember exactly what he said.
Hasbara is like pro-Israel, like propaganda, talking points, media. Dean? Oh, I mean, true. Yes, they have not said pro-Palestinian things. They're not familiar with it.
And no, the Nakba was, the forcible expulsion of 750,000 Palestinians from their ancestral homelands from 1947 to 1949. And according to Israeli historian Ilan Pape, this is very well documented. It was planned out. It was a well documented ethnic cleansing operation. So it's pretty basic information about the history of Palestine and Israel. So I didn't necessarily care about all the other shit.
What Hasan's talking about. I wonder if they know the word Hasbara. Probably not. No, and they probably do it themselves.
Being like, oh, he loves terrorism. Like there's a moment where he talks about like Hamas and Hezbollah, and he makes it seem as though.
And this is something that Hasan does all the time. That I think it's like not like an L, like in the way that I think this live stream is like not fantastic, but I think the what he does is oftentimes when he's faced with people who don't know the criticism and just say like, I saw some of the criticism, and Hasan's, Hasan has not said some great things, right? Hasan will take that and then will assume that they at least have an idea of what they're talking about, and then we'll say, well, maybe you're probably talking about the time where Ethan Klein said that I said this, and this is actually the context of this, right? And you probably talking about the time where Ethan Klein said this, and the context for that is this, right? Like, I don't know if Dean knows anything about what he's talking about. You know what I mean? Like, and so Hasan oftentimes like assumes that somebody is more knowledgeable on the critiques about him than they actually are, and so he like tries to get ahead of it by explaining what the critique is, and then he refutes it, even if this person has never heard of it. You know, he does that. He does that quite a bit. You know, he thinks that the comments are uninformed and not bad faith. I mean, a bit, but even then, like, if somebody assumes or is like, hey, so this Shauna Black guy is not that good or whatever, I'm not going to start giving them what people have been saying about me to then refute it. I'm going to let them talk, right? I'm going to let them talk and then tell me what they've heard about me and then refute what they know. Because I'm not going to give them more ammunition to be like, they'll be like, oh, well, I didn't know about this thing about you showing the terrorist music video, right? So now I know this thing, you know? Because Hasan is giving them the benefit of the doubt, which that they're educated enough, which they probably aren't. They're not. He's already playing defense before the person knows what's going on or why they might dislike him. Yeah. As he explains, if I were him, I would ask them if he knows what something is when he references it. I saw Dean watch 10 minutes of the content nuke and offered zero insight. Only made facial expressions and saying, correct me if I'm wrong, after saying something wrong. Send it to me. Send me the link, please. I beg of you. I beg of you. I want to see that. This is now becoming an anti-Dean Wither stream. Please send me the link. I would like to see. Oh, okay. This is what he said when he only saw a little bit of the nuke. Okay. So this is actually context prior to this.
Okay.
Wait. Okay. Why is he even watching the nuke in the first place?
Great. Now we drag this over top. Yeah. I can't even do it, dude. I don't have that voice control.
You mind giving a quick recap for somebody who's just joined? No.
Okay, hey, somebody in the goddamn chat. Somebody in the chat, okay, KC, you've like asked me like 5 times what the gayest things I've ever done with my friends is. Why do you?
Okay.
You know, something else that I actually do want to do one of these days is to set it up so I could join other people's lives.
Am I crazy, or does that line up what you were saying earlier that Hasan drops into their stream and assumes a level of charitability because he's white? I don't think it's because he's white. I think Hasan has done it to everybody, right? Hasan went into this person's stream and then not even assumes a level of charitability, but instead assumes a level of knowledge about the situation, right? Like Hasan goes in assuming that maybe they've seen the entire content nuke, that they've had their own opinions on it, and they don't like Hasan, right? And then he operates from that perspective, from that starting point, even though the reality is not that they've seen the entire content nuke and they have internalized all these Ethan Klein positions. The reality is that they are uninformed. They don't want to be informed, right? And they don't have an intricate knowledge about the things that they're talking about, right? Because obviously these LibTokers are waiting for the opportunity to throw us on under the bus because of criticism of the Dems. Maybe.
You know, like go to all the Trump lives and debate them and stream it on here. Huh? Dean said doo-doo. Parker doesn't know that it's you? Does he seriously? I left because I thought that he knew. You're immature. Round 2, change since like 1. Right. Heidi, thank you so much for the $2. I love you, Dean, but can you point some mods? Thanks. Yeah. Do we have any of our regular content? Guys, should we react to the Hasan content nuke? Just like a little bit of it? Like, how about like the intro? Should we react to the intro? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to change the name of the live stream real quick and then we'll do that. Reacting to Hasan content nuke. Save. Perfect. Go back to the live. Okay, everybody do just kind of give us a minute here. We're going to get this set up. I just want to make sure that it's set up right. You know what I mean? We'll watch the intro. I mean, I watched a little
afterwards.
bit,
I wonder what might
now we're going to go ahead and
happen now
watch
that
some
he's
more. So
baited them with
for
potential
everybody
clout.
tuning in here, we're going to go ahead and react to the Hasan Abi content nuke. So this will be really, really interesting. Let's go ahead and get that pulled up.
Or watch Destiny's reaction to it.
So we could all watch it together. Wow, it has
Maybe we do,
2.6
like, all live
million
messages.
views. That is redonkulous. Okay. Here is what we're going to do. Great. Okay, this is what we want. Okay.
Okay, then he
Boom.
just sets it up for a while.
Top. Boom, dude. Look at that. The chat said corny. So far, a little bit. Dark mode? Oh, I can. Look at that, guys. And we're on dark mode.
I'm just trying to tell you guys.
Okay, back to what we were watching.
Oh.
There we go.
Klein, it's been a while since we've last spoken. In that time, I've had 3 kids, all boys.
Dude, I haven't seen this guy for years. I remember I used to be very young. Recent history, like shit.
Off 75% of the internet. Probably a lot of you guys. Bought a tattoo also, so.
I've already seen the content, so I'm trying to get to his reaction to it.
Cool like that now. Left, we could all agree on.
Last time we watched him, they were both saying the N-word. That's true. I'm much about Dean, I guess. But the people saying WD remind me of those idiots that baby Ethan. That's my point.
And what was that? That we love America and everything she stands for. Mom and Dad and apple pie. Sure, there's plenty to criticize and endless things to improve, but I thought it was about making a more perfect union, not tearing it down. Gary Pike.
Fuck it.
Yo, what the?
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it. Yeah, kill.
Wait, he's shocked by the 9/11 clip?
Yo, what the fuck? Whoa! Okay, yo, we are starting off strong. Yo, what?
And I want to remind you, when Hasan was saying America deserved 9/11, he was saying the N-word, by the way.
What? Wait. Okay. Yo, we need to
Dean, yeah.
we need to rewind a little bit here. Okay, we're just gonna roll it back. Let's.
Such classic.
I need to make sure
America deserved.
Was Dean alive back then? No. No, he was not. He was born in like 2005 or something. He's 20 now. So yeah, 2005 or something. 2005, 2004.
Dude, fuck it. I'm saying it.
That is crazy. Okay. Wow. Okay. Yeah, I guess. Damn, dude. We're only like 2 minutes and 40 seconds in. Half of it was an intro. The first time we see Hasan on screen, he says that we deserved 9/11. Okay. Well, we see it. Okay. Let's just.
Who is we? Who is we? You weren't alive. You weren't even thought about. Who is we? Number one. Number two. At the time when Hasan was saying America deserved 9/11, this person was saying the N-word, first of all. Number 3. If you don't know Hasan to the point of not knowing that he said America deserved 9/11, and you haven't watched Ethan Klein in years, what is the purpose of watching the content nuke? You know what I mean? I don't understand that much. Obviously content, it's for clout, for clicks, for drama farming, right? I want to know like how far it is, like, because it's gonna be like him just being like, oh, Hasan said this thing that Hasan has very clearly said in the past. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry. Holy shit. That's not what that's not
I mean, who do you want to kill? I'd probably disagree with that though.
what I said.
Also, the point is that like not sitting back and being like, huh, that clip was very weirdly cut. That was strange. I wonder what the full context to that is. You feel me? Even here, he was just like, that was weirdly cut. Who did he want to kill? And I still probably agree that that's bad or whatever.
You dumb cracker bitch.
Oh.
And of course.
Okay. All right, Hasan. Let's do better than that, buddy. Really? From Hasan, disappointing.
The leftovers.
Bro, the C word? Okay, we're at the C word bad discuss. Bro. Disappointing. Yeah.
Which was our show.
And I want to point out, when Hasan said the C word, this guy was saying slurs. I just want to point this out. Literally the same time, 2022, when Hasan was saying the C word, this person himself was saying slurs. The F slur. Hasan, really? Disappointing. Like, come on, bro. Come on, bro. Yes, the C word meaning white people. You're right about Hasan. I'm just way too early, I fear.
Which we...
How do you know he was saying slur? Do you think I would say he was saying slurs without having evidence that he has said slurs? Genuinely. Because you can Google it. You can look it up. Dean Withers slurs. You could find the information out if you really want to find the information out. But I want to see it. Then look it up. This is a derail. You're derailing the stream, right? By implying that I'm incorrect. When you can literally look it up. I didn't know it was out there. If I said he was saying slurs in 2022, you're like, was he saying slurs? Let me look it up. Let me see. Dean Withers slur 2022. Oh, look. Dean Withers said slurs in 2022. Problem solved. Questions answered. But that's so dishonest. Because the implication is that I was lying about that. Chat. That's what the implication was. If I said he was saying slurs in 2022, and you're like, do we know he was saying slurs in 2022? That you're implying that I'm lying. That's what it is. That's what the implication is. And I don't appreciate being insinuated that I'm a liar.
We made broadly to goof on the antics of the right. Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
Here is Ethan Klein being a delightful human being.
I was just gonna say, if there's another Holocaust, if we
that's what the insinuation was, Chad. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just telling you that is what the insinuation was. Intention or not, like, that's what the insinuation was. The insinuation was that I was a liar. I was not being truthful about the implication that I made. I'm sorry. No, you're good. For instance, you're fine. But people acting as though that is not what, you know, the context was there is incorrect, right? It was intentional, and I can understand that it was intentional or unintentional, right? And so I'm not coming at you, but I'm coming at people being like, that wasn't the case. You know, that's not the case. Because the foundation of my argument is that he was saying slurs in 2022. And like throwing a, what's the word? Not scrutiny. Yeah, scrutiny on that is just, the implication was like that I wasn't truthful. Was he paid by Ethan to react to this? No. He's doing it for clout. He heard content nuke on Hasan. He saw viewers, and he's reacting to it for viewers.
Jews again. I hope Ben gets.
Why would he put that in his own video? Why would he put that in his own video?
I don't even know what he said.
Ben gets. Say if there's another
Oh,
Holocaust,
okay.
if
The
they
Ben
start
Shapiro
rounding up
clip.
the Jews again, I hope Ben gets.
Why would he put that in his own video? Why would he put that in his own video?
I don't think Dean knows Ethan is
I
Jewish.
thought
Dean
this
doesn't know
was some-
anything, which is why I'm confused about why he's reacting to it in the first place. You know what I mean? Right? Like, he's very clearly uninformed about every party involved, right? Which makes it so weird to like go on a TikTok live stream and talk about how, yeah, like, you know, I saw some of Ethan's content new. Cassandra said some bad things. When like this is all you've consumed about it. You know what I mean? Like okay, I have too many tabs open, bro. Like, this is all you've consumed about it. Because I was like a homeschooled kid who was never on the internet till he was turned 17.
Supposed to be a Hasan content nuke.
If he thinks that's bad, he should look up what Ethan said about underage victims in the Boston bombing. But that's the point. The point is he doesn't care. He doesn't care to actually figure out what's going on here. Or like, why is Ethan making a content nuke on Hasan? What's going on in this situation? Let me go watch Hasan's video about Ethan Klein versus Hasan Piker to figure out what's happening here. Oh, you know, it's because Hasan is pro. Like, he doesn't care about that. He's watching it on his live stream for clicks and views. Right? It's not about actually getting to the truth. It's not about actually arriving at the correct position. It's, you know, singularly about views. I was talking to my fiance watched it. It was completely brand new to everything and everyone. I was doing the bare minimum research. I'm a daily watcher of both you and Hasan. Welcome in. That's how it is. It's the first piece of content he brought up to do on his live stream too.
Okay, is like, why would? Okay, we're just gonna keep watching. Yeah, that's
Particularly
that's
missing
crazy.
the clips that
That's
put off liberals to the like the N-word clips, dominating women or the Boston bombing videos.
fucking insane. Okay.
So okay, I wonder. I'm curious, right? He shows Hasan's clips, right, which you can think are bad, sure, without any context, sure. And then he shows Ethan Klein's clip, which in my opinion is worse than any Hasan clip that he just showed. If you're watching an Ethan Klein content nuke, does this not kind of invalidate his claims that Hasan is so crazy radical? Because what he put in his own video in the introduction section is literally like him saying something worse than Hasan has said.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And we went on making
Accountability? Okay. He's saying he isn't perfect? Okay, so I guess he put that in his video, like saying he's not perfect, taking accountability. Well, how long ago was that? What's the context? Did he like apologize or any like? Is he done better? Okay, yeah, because he like framed it as like a joke, right? Because like following up to playing that clip, he was like, "Oh well, I've said some jokes too." I don't know. That doesn't seem really accountability. Doesn't seem like accountability to me, but
in the show for about 2
I mean, he's
years.
correct on that.
long
at
time
least.
ago.
And everything was good.
A long time ago. That was 2 years ago. What do you mean a long time ago? That was 2 years ago. And Dean doesn't do any work to figure out if that's the truth or not. He's just like a long time ago. He's like, all right, good enough for me. Good enough for me. Jeez Louise, bro. This is aggressive naivete. Yeah, and this is one thing, right? But then how we got to this in the first place is that Hasan, right? He was talking about Hasan in his live stream, saying, "I watched the content from Ethan, and Hasan has said some bad things too." Like, if you're not going to do like literally any work to get to a correct position, then why go on your platform and be like, actually, this Hasan guy pretty sucks. Pretty no bueno.
Fun. The audience was having fun. No problem.
Oh, okay. He's also a Jewish individual. Okay.
That was
interesting information, but so I still don't think it should have been framed as a joke.
until this happened. We were doing our regular show, and for the first time I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean, I thought we were social democrats, not whatever this was. I don't hate the idea of like people who can be successful. I think it's good that people can achieve success in the term monetary success. I mean, that's what that means, right? I do. You know, there's nothing wrong with that.
Because I see so many people in the chat saying no.
I don't know what y'all are tripping about. Like, what the fuck do you
What
want?
is the idea that
you guys
people
like
are
just-
looking for?
You guys are all like radical communists? There's that many radical communists? Suck it, chat. You're watching a capitalist pig. Deal with it. And then this happened. This comment from Hasan really started to sound some alarms in my head.
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist.
Yeah.
What would you do if that party started gaining momentum?
The solution to that would always be education. And
It's very important to do your own research and think for yourself. Holy shit, the man on my screen said something outrageously, chat. Outrageous, chat. Is that true? Oh, Klansman88 in chat says it's true. That's crazy, chat. Literally.
and offering more
re-education.
Re-education, certainly, yeah. There should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists...
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Okay, so I was with him for like the first half. Like, I personally think that, you know, like the most base economic model is, you know, like a social democracy operating under capitalism. But like, even from like the perspective of somebody else, you know, like say that socialism makes sense. Well, what are you going to do if there's a bunch of people in your society that don't agree with socialism? Okay, well,
bro, okay, he's actually he's running the Ethan line here.
You're going to like, you know, push for individuals to be more educated on these issues. Like, sure, whatever, fine. Okay. I'd say the same thing for anything that I find to be like, you know, intellectual to believe in. But like to advocate for like enforced re-education.
But like, yeah, if you have a society where like, you're like, all right, guys, we are all going to not kill each other. And some guys like, I want to start killing people. You got to sit him down and saying, you cannot start killing people. That's a bad thing. Okay. And then he goes out and he kills somebody. You sit him back down and you say, all right, we're going to figure out why you want to kill people. And we're going to explain to you why killing people is wrong. Right. And you're going to stop killing people. Like, yeah, that's 1984. For education, that's what it's called, a school. Yeah, it's what's called a school. How many ways can you rebrand required learning as terrifying? Liberals will find every way. Every way. Pretty much every way. Traffic school re-education. Yeah, you commit a traffic violation and you're forced to go back to traffic school, right? And they teach you the laws of the road. That's re-education. And that's bad. That's evil, actually. That's evil. words education like desegregation is probable what Hasan means, if that makes sense. Yeah, if you have a society that's built around public ownership, and you have somebody who comes up in society and starts to forcibly take over factories and privatize the ownership, saying this is my factory now, that person should not be allowed to do that. What do we mean? That you have a society based on public ownership, and they want to take public ownership, like the means of productions, and privatize them. You have to, inform that person the benefits of public ownership and why they cannot do that. Your theoretical better version of society still has philosophies to stick to the worst versions of society. True. Here's what we do to criminals. Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. Okay. Yeah, I think I disagree with that.
In re-education camps isn't disturbing enough.
Like, and it's so funny because in the content nuke, Hasan is talking. He's literally talking about his position, and he gets like a little snippet from what's very clearly an anti-Hasan video, and he's like, yeah, Hasan is wrong on this. Ethan Klein is correct. Like, he doesn't think, maybe I don't know the full context of this clip. I don't know Hasan's full position here. But actually, what is his, Chad, can you find me what Hasan was saying here so I can see his full position? You know what I mean? But no, it doesn't happen. How does people think of people advocating for capitalism would magically become business owners if there was public ownership? They would have to be violent. Yeah, but like, again, that's, you're talking reality, and they live in a fairy tale land about where capitalism is good and everything else is bad. Anyway, I don't think we need to see more of this to understand Dean's position and what Dean does here. Like, he doesn't care about getting to the truth. He just takes whatever Ethan says at face value. And so that brings us to like this discussion about the content nuke.
These resistance groups just kind of exist in the ether. Like they just kind of existed historically.
So at a point to watching that.
The nation state of Israel, when both of these are different forms of Palestinian resistance that has evolved throughout time and increasingly become more violent, and violent in ways that I, of course, disagree with as well. But,
I don't agree with re-education camps either, but because that's the worst version of the premise, but you have to intervene at some point to try to change people to be non-dangerous. Yeah. Like, and also Hasan said education and Ethan said re-education. And like, then Hasan like took that premise, was like, in a theoretical socialized society, at a certain point, maybe re-education would also be necessary. Not like as like the first step. You know what I mean? It's, oh, somebody steps in line, they're thrown in a re-education camp. You know what I mean? And that's like, again, that's the way it's framed by Ethan. Meanwhile, the standard is praised. And true, right? But it's framed by Ethan in that way, but that's not what Hasan said.
Anytime
but again, we're just talking about the content nuke just being bad faith and disingenuous, which we all understand. You know what I mean?
Talk about their tactics, or anytime I offer context to how, like, even Hamas itself has evolved throughout history, starting as a Muslim Brotherhood cutout that was a Islamic charity initially, one that actually Israel supported as well, specifically to undermine the secular resistance groups like the PFLP, DFLP, the PLO in its entirety, because they thought that the Islamist fundamentalists would never garner any sort of positive Western support, making it seem as though...
Like, no, like none of these people understand what Hasan's saying, by the way. And also, I'll go a step further. They also don't care. They are not only don't understand what Hasan is saying, but they also don't care.
Though these are just like groups that are entirely motivated by anti-Semitism and not developed through the process of 75 years of occupation, death, and destruction. It's all things like that I consider to be ahistoric. I mean,
and a big part of it is Hasan is venting here, right? Not even necessarily trying to be productive or change their minds. He just has a lot of thoughts about Ethan that he wants to get out. And he just happened to fall into a space where like he had a chance to do that by scrolling on his feed and seeing this live stream where they're talking about the content nuke. So it comes from a place of like, just straight venting is part of it. I think Hasan's pretty good at dumbing down his language when he realizes people are talking to are not going to understand. I think he's too charitable to these guys. But yeah, he's assuming they're more knowledgeable than they actually are, which is kind of a big point of it, right? But also, I think his the fact that he is emotional, rightfully so, mind you, is kind of clouding his mind. He's not thinking about like, oh, these guys don't know about foreign policy, or they don't care about foreign policy, right? It's just an opportunity where he has a lot of things that he wants to get out, and he is getting them out without thinking about how best to tailor his language to the person he's talking to, which Hasan has been very, very good at, by the way, right? He's very good at doing that. And I think him not doing that in this moment kind of just shows how frustrated he is at the way that Ethan Klein has been operating. You know what I mean?
Ahistorical and completely devoid of nuance. And I think it serves the purpose of defending Israel from a more progressive standpoint. It's not something I'm unfamiliar with. I've heard it a million times over. It's not like as egregious as being like, you know, oh, I hope your beeper is, you know, on notice or whatever. Like, I hope Israel kills you. It's not like that.
Like, I don't think they know about the beepers at all. You feel me? Well, I don't think they know about the history of Israel's war crimes and terrorist attacks. I don't think they know. All they know is, Hasan's kind of bad because he said America deserves 9/11. I don't know the context about that. I don't know what surrounded that or what followed that, or if he's contextualized it or walked it back. I have no clue. No idea what happened or what's going on there. But you know what I mean? Well, now they do, kinda. Yeah, not in a way that matters. You know what I mean? People misunderstood that Hasan doesn't speak or speak to be a constant debate Lord W only kind of guy. He just talks to people as people. I swear, the people never had a conversation with people that they didn't want to bury. I had weird conversations where I'm charitable to strangers, family, coworkers, and friends, and that's how you speak to people. Sure, and I do understand that, right? The problem is not with this part of the conversation, but like with then again a wider conversation, even outside of this conversation itself, but about like the role that these people play in discourse, right? Because the difference between your family and your friends and people in your IRL life is that Dean and Chris and Harry and Parker and whoever else is a part of this like sphere, whatever, they are reinforced in their beliefs monetarily by their audience, right? And so it's a different conversation about the way you talk to somebody in your real life versus somebody again like Ethan. Ethan in IRL, I think Ethan would be more malleable to what Hasan is saying in real life if he wasn't being reinforced by his audience and his wife, right? So that's a bit different, or how the situations are a little bit different. But even outside of that, I just don't like the fact that these people are being promoted when they've, again, because I feel like we're forgetting the fact that unlike people who hold conservative beliefs or even liberal beliefs, these people were directly reinforced and rewarded for those beliefs. They didn't believe the things because they believed them, which I'm sure they actually also did. They also believed the things because they were getting invited to the White House because of it. And they got to meet Joe Biden and make TikToks with Joe Biden and shake hands with Joe Biden and meet Kamala Harris and be invited to events and being flown out and then getting paid thousands upon thousands upon thousands of dollars to make the videos that are pro Kamala Harris, right? And that's the important part, right? Because now they get to do that, and by proxy of doing that, you know, throw the election by, you know, putting their own personal wants and desires over what would have been effective to actually winning the election. And now, after losing the election, they get to be reinforced again, right, by getting access to a large left-wing audience that we just have to accept and then bring them into our space and then throw them a platform. You know? Do you think these guys secretly think that they are better than Hasan because they met the president? Yes. Maybe not just because of that, but because the fact that they are within electoralism, because they hold liberal beliefs, they think that they're correct, as everybody thinks that they have the correct position, but they think that they're smarter than Hasan. They think that Hasan is too meanie bobini or whatever, you know what I mean? But how I worded that earlier, I was trying to make you show the concept because I was too lazy to do it myself. It's fine. I didn't believe Ethan with the weaker death camp thing. And they said, I don't know anything about that. These guys are trying to throw Hasan under the bus. I'm frustrated that Hasan hasn't learned his lesson from E&D. I mean, yeah, that's just, yeah, of course it's going to happen. You know what I mean? And Hasan shows up on the live stream. And as people have told me, I haven't seen it yet, but as people have told me, they were just like immediately switched. And now like Dean wants to fly to LA to like be on Hasan's stream, right? Because that's all they care about. They care about clout. Have you seen the interaction between Harry and Victoria on TikTok? I have. Right? And this is my biggest issue, my biggest problem as well. Because I know I'm not shy about having my own personal gripes against these people, right? My friends, and Victoria is my friend. I talk to Victoria every day, right? Okay, you know, maybe not every day, right? We work together, so yeah, right? But my friends in the TikTok, sphere, the youth nonprofit sphere, the youth politics sphere, we have decided as an organization to put our morals above the money. We spoke out against Israel's genocide in Palestine, and we lost opportunities with the White House. We lost donor funding. We lost partnership opportunities. Right? We were told by organizations that they cannot work with us because we were too outspoken for Palestine. Right? But we felt that that was important. And so that's what we did. And the same people in the same sphere, and that is Dean and Harry and Chris, they spent their time accepting those same donor dollars and not speaking out on Palestine because it would affect that, right? They spent their time writing Joe Biden and writing Kamala Harris, right? To be invited back to the White House, to be invited back to the Christmas party at the White House, to be invited back to the campaign event, to be invited back to different events, to be have partnership with those different organizations, to have access to press, to have access to media. They were totally fine, right, with setting aside things that I care about, the morals that I have, in order to get access to these opportunities. That's what I said. This even extends to people like Philip DeFranco. And people get mad at me for saying this about Philip DeFranco too, but I stand by it, right? Like, who has that tweet? It's somewhere on here. Because it's so insanely frustrating. It's so insanely frustrating. Here. I said, any quote-unquote creator for Kamala that refused to use their DNC access to speak up for Palestinian liberation can fuck right off. You all cared more about your press access and such a cool opportunity than actually speaking truth to power. If you all joined the uncommitted movement and used that access to protest, then maybe Kamala would have pledged to safeguard Palestinian lives and we wouldn't be here in the first place. You know what I mean?
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist.
At some point in the live, they mentioned Good Trouble, and Hasan was like, oh, I want to talk to him too, and I cringe so hard every time I see Good Trouble's live. Olivia's on it. Also, yeah, Cheddar, I answered this question. I told you I saw this. I like the TikTok.
I keep seeing people say that they're not going to vote for Joe Biden because of what's happening in the Middle East or some other.
Comment down below if Harry's video made you want to vote for Joe Biden. Harry, I'm going to share a story with you. A Georgia state representative stitched one of my videos the other day to talk about her friend who's a Palestinian organizer. She fundraised over $1 million for the Biden campaign in 2020. Got thousands of people out to vote for him. And since the start of Israel's bombing campaign in Gaza, she has lost multiple family members, multiple friends. And then watch the man that she campaigned for, the man that she organized and fundraised for, say, ceasefire? Absolutely not. Watch his press secretary talk about how people advocating for a ceasefire were abhorrent. That's what's happening in the Middle East. That's what you're referring to. People are dying, Harry. Even if you only care about Biden winning in 2024, you should understand that whatever callous bullshit strategy you and the Biden bros are using right now is a losing one. Biden will lose if he does not do better.
Yeah. And if you don't know, right, Harry and Victoria were a part of the same organization. The Democratic Hype House was a account on TikTok that Harry and Victoria were both a part of. Right? Guess who gets invited back to the White House and guess who doesn't now? Right? And guess what the difference is? Right? Olivia Juliana was a part of our organization. We were friends with her. Guess who gets invited back to the White House and guess who doesn't? Harry doesn't speak up for Palestinians. Olivia doesn't speak up for Palestinians. We do. These people are putting their own opportunities above. Like Olivia spoke at the DNC. They're putting those opportunities above speaking for marginalized people. And not only are they rewarded for it by the DNC, because of course they will be. Right? Because of course they will be. Now the left is rewarding them as well. And that's what makes me mad. They're not only being rewarded by the DNC for losing an election, for being or backing the losing side, they're now being rewarded by the left as well. Now we have to W Dean them. You know? Now we have to talk positively about them. Now they're being legitimized by Hasan. I don't like it either. No, I've not DM'd Hasan about this. I genuinely, I still want to see what this conversation is. I'm genuinely curious about what this conversation is about, right? Because I do understand Hasan defending himself from Ethan's attacks, right? And I also understand Hasan using this as an opportunity to vent, right? And I get that. Right? And I get that. Sometimes read DMs, you need to give subs, or I haven't tried to get his attention. No, I have his number. I could text him if I wanted to. I think it's about his frustration with Hasbro being in the video and Dean's young audience eating it up. And I understand that, and I get that, right? But then, like, bringing Dean on stream, or saying you want to stream with Dean, which this is what Chat has told me, he said. I haven't seen that, right? You know what I mean? But bringing Dean on stream, it just like, it's a step too far for me personally. You know what I mean? But again, Hasan can do what he wants with his audience. Hasan can do what he wants with his audience. Hasan can bring on whoever he wants to as a guest. Like, I am not Hasan. Hasan can do what he would like to, and it's not going to change how I view Hasan as a voice for the left. You know what I mean? But like, I don't want to see these people be promoted. I don't, right? Because I see my friends suffering, right, from a loss of revenue, a loss of opportunities for standing up for Palestinians. But the people who didn't take that L, the people who didn't take that hit, people who couldn't stand up for their morals, don't suffer. You know what I mean? And that's what makes me mad. That's what pisses me off. It's upsetting.
But it's another way to, I guess, tackle
value in Hasan reaching Dean's audience. I think there's a higher likelihood of him educating them than vice versa. I don't care. Genuinely, I don't care. I don't care. I do not care. Do not care. I don't want to see these people be promoted. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I don't want to see these people be promoted. I don't want to see these people be rewarded. I don't want to see these people be successful, right? Because that's all you have to do. All you have to do is just be a formerly racist white kid who then talks about racism, right? And sells out every marginalized community, and you never have to have any morals, and you get monetarily rewarded for it. And I don't like that. I don't care what the reason is. I don't care what the purpose is. I don't care what good can be done from it. I do not like it. I don't 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 like it. Is rewarding white mediocrity? It is. I'll share with letting him know that it's a good idea if you think he's going to platform a Belland. I'm sure that he'd more discuss it privately rather than letting it turn into drama. I mean, it's not drama. I'm just giving my perspective. You feel me? Right? You guys know my. I don't have a problem with talking about this on my stream because you guys know my take about Hasan. Right? You guys know how I view Hasan. Right? That's not a secret. I respect Hasan, and he's been instrumental for my streaming career getting to where it is on the first place. Right? Like 100%. 100%. Right? I'm just giving you my perspective why I do not want to see this person succeed at all. At all. I don't. And I said it. I literally said it even before this situation happened in the first place. Like, it's a perfect example for me to plug my newest video. I don't know if he's a creator or not. Right? Hasan should not platform Dean Withers. I talk about it in this video. It's literally a live stream from yesterday. Disagreeing with Hasan means you hate him. Context. I don't know when it's outside. True. Like, it's an hour-long video, hour and a half long. Just take a little gander at it. I give my thoughts about this. And I've been saying it pretty consistently. Honestly, without your context of who these douchebags are, I didn't think I would have thought much about who this kid was or is. Yeah. I totally get that, but I do like Hasan getting Dean's audience. I don't like Dean being promoted. I don't like Dean being monetarily benefited for having shit takes. Right? So not only do people who care about Palestinians or care about black people or care about trans people, not only do they not get opportunities for liberals, right? Because their audience is inherently smaller, because they don't get those opportunities, they also don't get the opportunities from leftists either. You know what I mean? So liberals get to toe the line of not having morals. And we then, as the left, have to support them because they have a large liberal audience and we need to do outreach for them. But also they're promoted for not having morals on the liberal side. But leftists lose from having morals because we don't get any opportunities from liberals. And then why would you listen to leftists? You already agree with you. You know what I mean? Like it's literally it's a losing battle. It's a losing battle being a leftist. You know what I mean? Especially a marginalized leftist. People don't listen to your voice. People don't care about what you have to say because they'd rather hear a white liberal say the same thing, right? Number one. And number two, if they, I don't remember what I was saying. It's just, whatever. It's just, because when you're not Caucasian, you're complaining. Yeah. Yeah. It's unfortunate because creators like Dean are influencing the way their viewers interact with politics. There's just a shifting bowl of have that liberal analysis trickling down to the bottom. Yeah.
The issue while consistently presenting Palestinians as like anti-Semitic terrorists across the board while saying you're pro-Palestinian.
Their audience is going to be looking for alternatives for the current political climate. I get why he wants access to their audience. And I understand it. Again, I understand why Hasan is doing what he's doing, right? I can get it. I can understand. My mind is not going to change. I don't want these people to be successful. I don't want these people to be profitable. I don't.
Yeah, I'll say this. So I'm also pro-Palestinian, and
you're a Zoomer.
You are infinitely like more educated and invested in Israel and Palestine than I am. I'm more I understand the basics, and I just very vehemently disagree with ethnic cleansing, genocide, and unwarranted human death. That's as far as my stance goes. And that's why I'm pro-Palestine. But I will say, like, I've had conversations with Zionists and individuals that are pro-Israeli on live, and next thing you know, just because I don't necessarily support the existence of an ethno-state that wants to eradicate the existence of surrounding Arabs and Arab nations, like, oh, all of a sudden I hate all Jewish people, or because I think that Zionism is bad because it's predicated on colonialism and imperialism, all of a sudden it's anti-Semitic. So I understand how one could posture a pro-Palestinian view to be anti-Semitic to kind of just diminish the value and support of a human cause. But I don't know the specifics and the intricacies.
Like, he's saying he is debate brain. Yeah. So he gets it, but doesn't care. No, he's debate brained. That's it. He's a debate guy. He debates everything. He's like, I'm pro-Palestinian. I know it's a genocide. I know ethnic cleansing is wrong, right? But I've talked with Zionists. I've talked with pro-Israel people, and I can understand. I can understand the way that some people may use pro-Palestinian as a way to like be anti-Semitic, right? He's a debate bro. He views everything from a debate lens.
At all. But I want to learn more, and I want to learn more about you. I do. I really do. I want to finish that content nuke. I want to get your takes, from, you said you reacted to it on stream. I'll probably do that.
No, I to be fair, I didn't react to the thing in its entirety. And I might in the future, because I was thinking about maybe bringing in some historians to also talk about it.
Okay, also, I want to show you guys this, by the way. I want to show you guys this. Terrible take, Sean. Outreach and bridges are always important. The video came out 55 minutes ago. The video is an hour and 27-minute long. Right? This one is like, Dean isn't that bad. There are several more like-minded creators that deserve more love than somebody who's already has millions of followers through other social media platforms. True. Like, I mean, I guess technically you could watch it on like 2 times speed, but like, I don't think this person has internalized my takes. Like, people are going to watch this video and are going to come with whatever takes that they have about like, oh, we need to do outreach or whatever. Like, it's not going to be like, again, people don't care what black people have to say. We're being entirely real. They don't want to understand my position. They don't want to understand my take. It's literally just, I'm going to use this as a way to not listen to you, but like react to like the title or whatever, to the clickbait title. And that's it. That's all it is. That's all it is. I think the take was terrible. The commenter took it personally. They did. It's easier to do outreach when you don't have to worry about whether or not the person you are outreaching out to even sees you as human. Commenters are a good example of what you said earlier about people projecting, not wanting to admit their racism remaining in them. Yeah. You know about this video, now I get more information about his lore. I mean, yeah, this video I posted like an hour ago. Would you tell your take to Dean on stream? I don't do debates. You can watch the video if he really cares. Watch the VOD if he really cares. Right?
Regardless, because like at the end of the day, it is.
Take? No.
It's important to address a lot of the false claims being made. Not necessarily about me being like pro-terror or whatever. That I hear that all the time. That doesn't mean anything. Congressman Richie Torres wrote a letter to Twitch back in the day, like I think a week before his election. He was on the ballot demanding that I get banned because I was like the arch pro-terrorist supporter. Richie Torres, of course, is.
I don't understand why you guys don't understand me. I just said I don't think this person should be platformed. I don't think this person should be supported. And you want me to go on his stream or bring him on my stream and debate him. You said not debate him. It would be a debate. That's what these things are. Chatter probably just got here. No, they did not. This chatter has been here for hours.
A massive
my dude. I hate both of them.
Israel advocate from one of the poorest districts in the country, and spends most of his time talking about Israel instead of his own.
He is. Let's change his audience mind. He's already platformed. Anything you do would be reinforcing his content. Would be reinforcing his audience. You would be giving him support. I don't think this person should be or have support. I don't. And him talking to Hasan is going to give him more support than he currently has. You guys do not understand. I don't want this person to have a platform at all. I don't want this person to be able to come out and be like, I used to be racist, give me support. And then he gets support from the left. Not if you share leftist ideas with the audience. No, they will still benefit from it. I'm sure almost everyone here gets what you mean. A few people are dumb, a few people are bad faithing. There's no way you can get into his audience brain that he shouldn't be successful or visible. Yeah, it's not happening. Not really your decision.
Constituents. But, you know, I get attacked by the ADL and stuff like that. All this stuff is ultimately meaningless. But I do care about the history of it. And I want to make sure that people are not misinformed about how things have taken place. Because I think that's what matters. The truth matters more than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I can obviously respect the
I
prerogative.
can say the N-word. We used to be racist and say the N-word. Let's say welcome to. You're not listening. You're not understanding me, right? First of all, I need more than like 2 years to demonstrate change personally. This is just me. I need more than just 2 years to demonstrate change. I'm gonna give you 1 minute to just shut the fuck up and listen. You have 1 minute to shut the fuck up and listen. I need more than just 2 years to demonstrate change. Number one. Number two. Right? Number two. I don't think you should be allowed to use your former racist past as a way to garner clout or garner support. I don't. You should not be, I don't think we as the left should hand the bullhorn to people who are just like, I used to be racist. Especially when it's so difficult for marginalized people to already grow an audience. Y'all, and this is the problem, y'all are so quick to have sympathy for a formerly racist white kid because y'all used to be that formerly racist white kid. That's it. You guys don't want to see black people actually grow and have an established audience. You guys want to see this person grow because you see yourself in them. And that is it. And that is all. And my take is that we need less of these people and we need more of the marginalized people that were harmed by their rhetoric to be successful. The fact that, and this is not just about Dean, this has happened consistently and constantly over the last 5 years at least. I can give you dozens of examples of the people who just get an audience by proxy of them changing. That's it. Not about actually changing, not about even being a good voice or a decent voice for the left, just by proxy of who they used to be being handed an audience. That's it. That is it. That is it, and that is all. The opposition for somebody like transphobia and someone like Hasan, I do think that somebody who is trans should be speaking for trans people. And that we as a society and as the left should be listening to trans people when they speak. I think Hasan is good. And again, I operate in reality. The reality is that now Hasan is the voice. Hasan is the voice. And we have to work around that reality of Hasan being the voice. But yes, I think that trans people should be promoted as the voice to speak about trans people. Yes. I think people can change within 2 years, but I don't like this period with financial success and money is the water on genuine change. I agree. He's on salty, no disrespect. Yes, I'm fucking salty. Fuck you. Yes, I'm salty. I want black people to thrive. As a black person who, and Chai, you don't understand this. I am the fucking biggest political commentator who's black. I am the biggest black political commentator in the streaming landscape. Me, I am. And that's a fucking problem. It is a fucking problem that I am one of the, I have 1,000 viewers and I'm the largest black political commentator. There's not a fucking other one. Not another one. There's not. There's not. And there should be. There should be. There should be more. Because white supremacy exists and it has existed, and it will continue to exist, but fucking people like you would rather listen to fucking white people talk about white supremacy than the people who actually experience it. So yes, I'm salty, and fuck you. Fuck you, and fuck off. Yes. Yes, I'm salty that white people who are benefited from white supremacy would rather listen to other white people who have benefited from white supremacy talk about white supremacy than the people who are actually fucking victimized by it. Yes. Yes. Yes, I'm salty. Really expressing the frustration of what it is to be a brown Muslim person. I want Muslim and Arabs to have a platform about Palestine when they're literally not. Exactly. So yes, when I see a white kid who was racist 4 years ago, homophobic 2 years ago, dropping slurs, be introduced to a large audience off of the proxy of just speaking about how they used to be racist, it pisses me the fuck off. Yes. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, this is hater shit. Yes. It pisses me the fuck off. It pisses me off. It pisses me off. It pisses me off. It pisses me off. Because that's the experience of a black person. That is the experience of a black person. People want our shit from not us. They want to listen to our music from non-black people. They want to experience our culture from non-black people. They want to experience our language from non-black people. They want to get our fucking political takes about how racism exists from non-black people. Yes, they want to commodify our identity in every aspect of the word. So yes, I'm pissed the fuck off. Yes, it makes me mad when our language is taken and become Gen Z language. When our fashion is taken and becoming Gen Z fashion. When our hairstyles are taken and now it's everybody's hairstyles. We can't even talk about racism and be listened to and taken seriously. What do we have? What do we have? People don't want to listen to us. They don't want to see blackness. They don't. And a lot of y'all think that it's specifically only to white conservatives or even white liberals. Y'all don't want to take a step back and think, maybe I'm also a part of this. Right? And the worst part is that it's not even really y'all. It's the people who aren't in here. You know what I mean? It's the people who don't watch me. It's the people who don't, you know, like implicitly or not. They see the Hasan shout out pop up, they scroll right past it. They see me show up on their feed, they scroll right past it. You know what I mean? Because Hasan has been shouting me out for a while. And I respect Hasan for it. Which is why I'm not coming Hasan for this. You know what I mean? But the fact that it took, you know, freaking Ethan Klein drama for people to actually take a second to stop here, to stop and watch is kind of the issue. You feel me? I've been talking about racism for the last 2 years. I've been talking about white supremacy for the last 2 years. And that's why I talk about this shit, the drama shit.
I am just
right? Because people don't want to see me talk about racism. People don't want to see me talk about white supremacy. They want to see another voice clown on Ethan Klein. That's it. They want to see another person on a dog pile of Ethan Klein. That's it. And hopefully my goal is to use that to get people in here to actually care about what I have to say. To talk about the drama, to get people in here to actually care about what I have to say. Right? I have to trick people into hearing a black person talk about racism. I have to trick people to hear black people talk about white supremacy. I have to trick people to people getting in here to actually listening to what I have to say. But it's easy for them. It's easy for them to look at somebody who used to be racist and be like, oh, I used to be racist too. Tell me what I need to know to fix myself. Instead of hearing it from the black people themselves. And that's what makes me mad. That's what makes me mad.
Barbie McDonald just subscribed.
You guys weren't here for it. Most of you weren't here for it. In November and October of 2023, I quit streaming 2 weeks, and I said I wasn't coming back. Because I was talking about racism, and I was talking about white supremacy, and nobody was listening, right? I would go live, and the reason I'm in this time slot is because Hasan doesn't stream now. But every time 2 p.m. Eastern time hit, the number went lower and lower and lower because I had to reckon with the fact that people would rather listen to Hasan talk about racism than a black person doing it himself. And that is hard. That is a hard thing to grasp.
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
It is. It is a hard thing to grasp. Because it's my experience. It's what I grew up with. It's what I saw. It's what I saw. I saw that. And then I started streaming because I thought my voice was useful and necessary. And people would rather listen to somebody who is not me talk about the same things. And that's rough. Right? And it's not Hasan's fault. You know what I mean? It's not Hasan's fault. To the point where it's like, it's not even Dean's fault that people choose to watch him over like the black voices in his face. You know what I mean? I have other issues with Dean. Trust me, that is his fault. But like, this is just the audience. You think it's part of it is the Twitch algorithm too? Yes, because it's not just politics. It's not. And I want some of you guys to think about, if you know, how Kai became so successful. Because Kai has talked about this in the past, right? When Kai was the size of some of these other streamers who were getting invited to events, he wasn't getting invited to events, right? When Kai had 1,000 viewers, he wasn't getting invited to events. When Kai had 3,000 viewers, he wasn't getting invited to events. When Kai had 5,000 viewers, he wasn't getting invited to events. When Kai had 10,000 viewers, he wasn't getting invited to events. Right? Kai had to be the biggest streamer in the world to even be acknowledged by the current top streaming ecosystem.
Every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist. Okay?
The biggest streamer in the world to even be taken seriously in the top streaming ecosystem.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
Even then they say he didn't work for it? Yeah. Even then he says he doesn't deserve it.
Slopnit 666 just subscribed.
This happens everywhere.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
Every aspect of the black identity is
Vincent Spikes
this.
1 just subscribed. Love you, dude. You are the fucking man.
It sounds like lip shit. It does. And I know because when it was talked about on a Hasan stream one time, the chat talked about how it was lip shit. You have to work twice as hard. Twice as hard to be taken half as seriously. I was about to go get the Henny. Like, Kind of that mental shit though? Yes. Do you know why he does it, chatter? Because they don't take him seriously otherwise. This is literally, okay, that is exactly what I talked about in my video, by the way. Like, verbatim, exactly what I talked about in my video. Like, exactly what I talked about in my video. TikTok and the way it operates is not unique in the slightest. Before TikTok was around, it was Musical.ly, and before Musical.ly, it was Vine. But what we've seen time and time again is that whatever the newest and hottest social media platform is, there will be those black people. You know the ones. You know the ones. Now, TikTok, love it or hate it, is the place that pop culture is bred. Being one of the biggest social media apps garnering 1.2 billion monthly users, TikTok is where the culture is. It is no secret, however, that this app would not be what it is without black culture. Countless sounds, styles, and dances originating from black creators being quietly exported into the wider TikTok atmosphere is the norm. But there are a few who stray the path. Those who decide that instead of embracing our culture and creating content off of that, they take it, twist it, put it on as a costume, and jump Jim Crow themselves into a little bit of clout. They sell their soul, if you will, embodying an archetype that we are all familiar with. They become a coon. Now, this is what I would call the final form of commodification. It is similar to how a select few free black people during the era of Reconstruction decided to engage in minstrelsy. Of course, we can rationalize why they did it, most likely because there was a lack of opportunity for recently freed slaves. The reason isn't particularly important, though. What is important is, like slavery, like slave patrols, and like blackface minstrelsy, the legacy of this carries on into modern day society. Black people adopting characteristics of archetypes that have been exaggerated by white people in order to profit is, in and of itself, commodification of the black identity. Now, where does TikTok fit that? Black people taking aspects of their culture, commodifying it, and then putting it on themselves to hold that, to appeal to a white audience, is a thing that has existed forever. Right? So when you see Kai and you see something he's doing and you see this as like minstrel shit, you have to. The alternative is you are, again, stuck at the bottom, no viewers, or you give the audience, predominantly white people, what they want to see. You know what I mean? You're the loud equals funny. And now then we chastise those same black people for being the loud equals funny that the white people who are the audience wants them to be to become successful. You know what I mean? Thank you. She does it way more and it breaks my heart. But again, you have to, right? Because people don't want to see black people in their normal environment. They don't want to see black people engaging in things that they enjoy, right? They want to see black people being a stereotypical version of themselves. They want to see black people, you know, be loud and be obnoxious and, you know, be cringe and doing rap shit and stuff like that, doing hood shit. That's what they want to see. They want to see that, right? Because it reinforces the white supremacy in their own minds. You feel me? Yeah, it fits their idea of a black person. So I respect FD for going to counter, to going to his growing white audience and saying that he was going to do more videos about like doing black shit, talking black shit, or however you phrase it, regardless if his audience wanted it or not. Yeah. And if you're not that, you're corny, so stupid. Yeah. And I try to point out, this is not unique to the black experience. I'm talking from the black perspective because I am black. That's what I can tell you, right? But an Asian chatter brought up Uncle Rogers. There's a good video by an Asian creator talking about this in reference to the whole emotional damage shit. Yeah. This is not something that is unique to the black experience, but all marginalized people talk about this, right? Because the audience is overwhelmingly white, because white people are a majority in this country, right? It's either you are, you know, insert your identity that's who you are, and people don't care, or you become a stereotype of your identity. You know what I mean? And then people start looking at you because it reinforces their mindset. It reinforces your stereotype, and then they engage with you. That's how I feel about Austin. Like Austin show Austin. Especially about the commodification of your culture, but TikTok is just straight up racist. I've reported more than 10 racist posts. KFC is instead of E equals MC squared, or similar ones for hate speech, and they never find a problem with when reviewing them. The scene is starting to bother the hits directly. The scene with is an overwhelmingly white corporate party, and they ask him to rap. Yeah. Remember Raj? Oh yeah. That's actually a great example, Fizz. A great example. The King Bash paradox. I talk about King Bash in this video, right? You know, I'm gonna play a little bit more of it because I think you guys deserve this after what you put me through today. Fit into all of this. Well, there was an account on TikTok that really sparked the idea behind this entire video around 10, 11 months ago. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it. Chatty, you're correct. It's not just the default white audience. I do think it's part of it, but it's about whiteness as a default position. Exactly. So people who aren't white, i.e. Asians, do consume stereotypical black content in the manner and vice versa. Yeah. It's like whiteness as a structure. He's not the same, but Jackson guy always made me cringe as an Irish person at the top of the morning. To you, like, why are you playing into this dumb stereotype? You seem like a nice guy, or whatever. It just came to mind. I mean, yeah, that's another example of it, and that is to a certain extent, it is entertainment. So there's like an entertainment, a part of the entertainment industry as a whole is like hamming up what you think people want to see, like actors acting more exaggerated in their movements, so it's picked up by the cameras better. That is a thing that exists in like movies. But then like, okay, it extends from that, just their movements are exaggerated, to their character traits are exaggerated, to their stereotypes are exaggerated. You know what I mean? Like, oh, I have to make this a black character so very black or stereotypically black so the audience know what I'm coming or trying to do with this black character. You know what I mean? I've seen straight up stolen culture from K-pop too. It's crazy how people love black culture in every form, but its original intention. Yeah, I talk about that actually in this video too. This video is a very, very in-depth video, which is why there's not been a part 2 yet. Right? A very in-depth video about the aspects in which black people in like their selves, in every aspect of themselves, are commodified for different purposes. Like I talk about sports, and how black people are reduced down to their physicality and then used for that physicality in professional sports, and how they're viewed in those sports as just being good physically and not being like smart or analytical players, that sort of stuff. You know what I mean? I talk about a lot of it here. Granted, I don't have a big audience and don't stream often. When I stream on the election, I constantly stream people coming into my chat saying transphobic and homophobic shit because of my tags. White males creators, the majority of streamers, do not realize that every marginalized streamer has to deal with people keyword searching and coming in and break them while they're trying to grow. Exactly. Exactly. There are so many barriers that like somebody like Dean doesn't have to experience, right? Doesn't have to experience when growing. And so it's not only important for like trans voices to be uplifted when talking about transphobia, but it's necessary, right? Because while it's good if Dean's being anti-racist and speaking out against racism, it's imperative that white people who are trying to unlearn that racism hear from the black people, because that's the issue. If a person who is a racist hears from Dean about why it's not good to be racist, but they don't get the experience, they don't get the acknowledgement of black humanity, right? Then they're not done learning. They may feel like they're done, right? They may feel like they've gotten all they needed to know, but hearing the black experience is an important part of growth. Hearing from the people you've harmed is important. You know, like if you're in elementary school and you accidentally hit another kid and your teacher brings you down and you sit down in front of the other kid, so the other kid can tell you, hey, what you did hurt me. So you understand the effect that you had on them. So you understand the harm that you caused to this other person. And that's imperative. It's imperative that it happens. So yeah, you can just apologize for hitting that kid, being like, hey, we saw you hit Johnny. You're like, oh yeah, okay, I'm sorry to Johnny for that. Right? But it's imperative that you hear from Johnny so that you know what you did and the harm that that caused, so you better understand not to do it again in the future. It's uncomfortable to hear that, so instead people get defensive, they shut their ears and they stop growing. It's disappointing. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I want to show this part. Where's it at? Oh, here it is. Video around 10, 11 months ago. And unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, within that time, she got clapped up. She was banned. Thankfully, she's back now, and there are some archive hurt that they ask you to sympathize with comes from relating to your own personal hurt and the hurt that they experience in a lot of situations that isn't taught to empathize with somebody on how else they can be hurt by something that you can never experience. True. That is true. And that's why it is necessary to like at least try to explain that experience to them. I think that's a really impactful thing to tackle these problems would be to get a lot of more marginalized people into software engineering. That there is a lot of unintentional racism in all of the software and some intentional. Yeah, but that gets into capitalism, and I'm not going that deep yet. But I want to show you exactly what I'm talking about.
Is a tiny bit of salt. Just one small bite. Why learn? This right here is gonna put you on your back.
So obviously there are some undertones and overtones that require addressing. This sort of content caters to a specific type of audience. And while it might be difficult to tell now that she's banned, she was immensely popular. Garnering over 4.5 million followers before her eventual account termination, we can see that even on her new page a year later, she's still remembered pretty well. But how is this damaging? How does this specifically relate to minstrelsy? Well, the answer to that is pretty simple. This character that she is playing is the embodiment of the Pickaninny archetype. To remind you, the Pickaninny was a childlike character, usually with unkempt hair, bulging eyes, red lips, and wide mouths. Pickaninnies have a strong association with watermelon, usually not showing up in a story without one or the other making an appearance. This is where we see a lot of the stereotypes that Black people are still associated with today come from. We can clearly see that even if unintentionally, Miss Joni, I'm gonna call her Johnny. Miss Johnny is exemplifying these characteristics. I personally believe that this is completely intentional, a calculated move in order to draw in a predominantly white audience and cater to them and their biases. Another great example of this are these TikToks.
She said, pass the weed, bitch. I don't like to pass the gas. Blowing bubble, blowing zaza. She got big old titties. I said, goo goo, goo gaga. In a zoo, monkey ass niggas. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. Stop playing with me. When the money talking, I cannot hear what you're saying to me.
I'm gonna do a boyfriend haul. So this is the one that I have. I met him in 2014, but he wasn't on the market yet. So in 2016, he was on the market, and I decided to see if it was a good investment for me. However, the timing wasn't really right, so it wasn't until the beginning of 2018 that I purchased this one. I don't know the exact month or day that I purchased this one, but it was in the beginning of 2018. One thing that I love about this one is he can literally do anything, fix anything. If he doesn't know how to do something, he will learn that day. And I mean, look at him. But one con about this model is he's taking a little bit longer than usual to upgrade to fiance mode. So hopefully soon we'll upgrade to fiance mode, but until
It's just like black people painting their face black with burnt cork, painting their mouths red, and becoming a Jim Crow character during Reconstruction. While they are able to profit off of these stereotypes, the rest of the black community has to deal with the ramification of these types of images being legitimized in wider society. And this isn't just relegated to TikTok either. We've seen it happen with the whole Jordans trend on Vine with King Batch.
Hey, how much for them J's? $1,000. So. Tell my girl, tell her what, you love her? Tell her stay the hell away from my J's. He did! No, the fuck, I'm not. Get my J's!
Click your damn J's and repeat after me.
There's no place like home. Welcome home, motherfucker! No place like Yes.
Nice J's.
Yeah, don't step on them, bitch.
Yo, take off your shoe.
Hey, man. I don't trust y'all. Yo, we good. Fake Jordans, get them out of here. Let's go. Next.
23 on the back. Jordan on the third shoestring. Carbon fiber.
Good. Next.
You gonna work hard?
So yes, sir.
You gonna be committed?
So yes, sir.
Then jump down that hole.
I don't know, Captain. I just got these J's. They fresh out the box.
Black people consistently putting on a costume of a parodied version of themselves in order to appeal to a non-black audience. It's almost as bad as advocating for policies that work against your own self-interest, like most black conservatives do. Black conservatism is a disease. I hope you get well soon, love. I'd be remiss if I didn't. Yeah, that's the section about, because we're talking about like Kai doing minstrelsy or whatever, right? And why I think Kai is not nearly as bad as like those people are. The reason as to why is that they got a lot of views. 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 They got a lot of views by doing the things that they do here. All right, let's hear the black conservative song. Almost as bad as that white lady. I think the watermelon one's pretty bad. Totally agree. As an indigenous person, we take off our regalia and put down our beads and talk about our struggles every day. Interest is immediately lost. We can be pretty creative or funny, but only as museum relics, not people. Tricking ourselves to be seen. Yeah. I wish, what are your thoughts on the Chappelle Show? The Chappelle Show is similar. It's similar. I think Chappelle's execution it's so good that he gets away with a lot of things that he said there, whereas this execution is pretty bad, if that makes sense. Like Dave Chappelle knew what he was doing with the show. Like, he understood what the implications were behind the Chappelle Show, and that allowed him to execute the things that he was doing very well. Right. I do think that it does, at least a little bit, kind of falls into like the stereotypical version of blackness hammed up for a white audience a little bit. Maybe not just a little bit, but like the execution just works better, in my personal opinion. Whereas like this is the lowest effort. The lowest effort version. You feel me? The watermelon one is as it went off, would have been like, she does a joke, and then became her like whole thing, which is really sad. Yeah. And also there's a lot more that I cut stuff for this, chat. I literally cut stuff from this. I didn't even talk about the dancing gorilla in Chicken Boy. Chappelle quit because of white people not understanding the context and just being racist. Yeah, so Chappelle understood that was the case. Oh, you guys don't know about the dancing gorilla in Chicken Boy? Where's it at? I know what you know what I'm talking about, chat. Did I not talk about the Chicken Boy in this video? Wait, is it the grooving gorilla? I thought it was a dancing gorilla. 4 man and 4 in the end made so many videos on these people. He fucking hates them, as he should. You said you cut it out? I think I did cut it out, but like, then it must be okay. It might be in my script then. Let me check.
_the_bar just subscribed.
Let me check. Commodification. Control F. Chicken. No. I don't know where it is, bro. Let me check Twitter. Nope, that's porn. Bro, where I talked about it somewhere. I think it's girl rating you today. Thank you for speaking out and doing what you do every day. Thank you, chatter. I appreciate that. When you're thinking about the grooming gorilla, I never heard Chicken Kid. I know I've shown this before. Respectability.
And it was painful to me to.
It's this video, right? No, it's not this video. I don't remember. It was okay. It was a guy who like had chicken wings. You always eat chicken wings. You always make sounds by making chicken wings. You know what I'm talking about. Okay, let me check this. Let me just check. Let me just take a little look-sees. Here.
Do not let these folks try to gaslight you and make.
Yadi. His name is Yadi. That's.
Relax. Dip it. It's good.
Oh.
Hey, what's up, girl? Hey, your mama doing? Come here. Oh, what's up, sis? Hold on. What's good? How your mama doing? You good?
Man, he's gotten worse.
Relax.
So this guy, or Big Groove, who used to be called the Grooving Gorilla.
Oh my God! All this food for me! So many different options! You know what time it is! They did it for me!
Like, these type of people, right? It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Minstrel content. People not realizing the internet footprint stays forever. How he stooped to this level? I will tell you how he stooped to this
Do
level.
not let these folks try.
3.2 million views is how they stooped to this level.
Do not let these.
Oh. This is how they stooped to this level. Quite literally selling out? Yeah. Yeah. This is a bit farther and deeper off the actual topic of discussion. Than like the Dean Withers thing or whatever. But like that's my point. As you can tell, that my energy is gone and I am tired now. That's my point. That's my point. Right? Being a creator, being a black creator, is tough. It's tough. It is a tough thing to do. Right? And it's very hard to acknowledge that in every aspect, not just politics, in every aspect, growing as a black creator is very difficult. And we talked about this with Ludwig as well. You know? We talked about this with Ludwig with the Fast 50 event. I talk about this consistently. If you guys remember that discussion. Yeah. If I, this would be the last, what's it called? Tangent I go on before we get back to the video.
People who aren't white creators,
right?
there.
So for the context, no, I'll let Ludwig describe it.
Usually when I upload a video, I have a good idea of how it's going to be received, whether people liked it or didn't like it. And when I uploaded my last video, I knew a few of you would be upset because I basically duped you into watching an ad for my next event. However, I thought, fuck it, dude. It's my channel. The event's for charity. I should promote.
You're gonna play him, and he says Black History Month? No, I was not gonna play the clip.
I uploaded it.
Ludwig has hair?
However, what I didn't anticipate was a shit ton of people who were mad at me over on Twitter.com. And it's not for that reason at all. It's for something completely different. And we're here talking about drama once again. This time I'm in the drama so I can explain exactly what went down. There was like a trending Twitter page called The Problems with Ludwig's Speedrunning Event. And the event, if you haven't heard of it, is called Fast 50. It is a speedrunning charity marathon event that is 50 hours long, trying to raise money for No Kid Hungry and Wings for Life. We do like an event for No Kid Hungry every year, and thankful to a lot of your support. We are one of the larger donors to No Kid Hungry. I'm very proud of that fact. Proud to also now start working with Wings for Life. I think it'll be a fucking killer event. And this was the graphic that I attached along with the trailer that showed some of the creators who are going to be involved. You know, people like Point Crow, Moist Critical, Alfred, people you might recognize as speedrunning or speedrunning adjacent creators.
I try to picture Ludwig with a black person and I can't picture it. That's crazy.
You might notice something that is missing from this graphic, however. People that aren't white or dudes. There's a lot of white guys, all right? And I got a bit of heat for that online. How did Ludwig manage to put together 19 white guys and one Asian guy, shout out Liam, for a speedrunning event, not one headlining woman? And then there's even more tweets. And by the way, I should say this right now. I have tried to blur out as best I can everybody's name and identity. I never want people to go for bat for me. Don't defend me, man.
Nah.
All right? All you should do is watch the thing that I put out. If you like it, hell yeah. If you don't, that's okay. Stop watching me, but never feel the need to defend me. I'm okay. I can defend myself. I'm an adult man in this world, and I don't want anyone getting in battles on my behalf. Anyway, this tweet read, why is there not a single woman in Ludwig's speedrun thing? Ain't no way. And then GTM posted rightfully that well, here is just an example of one woman who is participating in it. And then they said, that's good to hear. I'm happy that she will have that kind of opportunity to represent women in speedrunning. It does feel last minute as a way to cover up the negligence, but still dope to see. And then Laura, thankfully confirmed, no, he actually contacted me way before the initial trailer dropped. I just thought he didn't want me. No, definitely wanted Laura. Laura's a great speedrunner. So, I'm not trying to sit here and tokenize and be like, yeah, I got this fucking woman and this black dude and also this Asian guy. Like that's cringe. I don't need to tokenize the people who are going to my event. It is not all white dudes, okay? There are a lot of white guys. That is fair. But that's just because I asked people who I knew personally who are like speedrunning creators, and a lot of them happen to be white. And I wasn't going through like I'm a fucking admissions board saying, sorry, man, we hit our white quota. We can't allow you, Point Crow. All right, man, it's just not going to work out for you. I didn't do that. But safe to say, there are many more people than just white dudes attending. And a lot of people were also upset that they weren't included in the graphic and they were relegated to and more. And the simple reason for that is because I'm still working on getting everybody in the schedule and in the event. I will be honest, I was a bit of a size queen, so I put a lot of the larger creators there because that'd be a bigger poll. But I also know a lot of these people, so I was able to reach out to them, as opposed to people I didn't know who I had to reach out to, get contact information with, and it was harder to confirm them as opposed to like Charlie, who, very cool for me, I can just message on Discord.
So the point that I want to make, bring this up, I don't want to I'm not talking on Ludwig. Again, I like Ludwig. It's okay for people who frequent my streams. You know that like I am like a Ludwig fan, right? I am a Ludbud. I was talking about Ludwig constantly because I'm a fan of Ludwig, right? But the point that I think that matters in this is that his defense here is, I think, relatively fair, right? Fair in that, from his perspective, he wanted to do an event that does speedrunning. He has friends who were speedrunners. Those friends happen to be white, and that's how the event ended up being overwhelmingly white initially. Do you think he's hot too? Yeah, I'm like Cinna. Right? I understand that, and I get that. That is a defense that I get, but it's also an indictment. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Like, that's also a problem. We can acknowledge that, like, I can understand how this came to be and it wasn't malicious, right? From Ludwig to like not have any black people. But the fact that Ludwig is surrounded by no black people, there wasn't anybody he had on call, or he wasn't friends with enough black people to call and confirm them in the first place, is the problem. He explains how the bias was introduced, but fails to recognize it. Yeah. It's not a Ludwig problem, it's a concentrated problem. Most big speedrunners are white men. Therefore, he invited a lot of white men. But even then, it's just like, not even that most big speedrunners are white men, which that is part of it, which is like the industry reflects their lack of diversity, which means that Ludwig's event is also going to represent lack of diversity, right? But also that, it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy, because the people would rather gravitate toward watching white content creators. The white content creators are the people who get most successful, which means that these events happen, and then the people invited are the white content creators because they are the most successful, because people are watching white content creators, which makes them bigger, which makes people watch them more, which makes the next event happening be primarily white content creators. Right? There are still a lot of black and brown speedrunners. They're just not as known. Exactly. Right? It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. And that's kind of the problem with like the streaming landscape in general. Right? Because it's so hard to grow as a marginalized streamer, right? Whether you're black, you're trans, you have a disability, because it's so hard to grow like that. It's so difficult to grow. Then you are already smaller. So you have to work harder to try to get to a sizable size, right? Which leads to there being less people of that marginalization in the larger streaming ecosystem or the large streaming landscape, which means that when there are events, you are less likely to be invited to those events, which is how you grow on Twitch in the first place. You know what I mean? Just unled to put the work and go out of his comfort zone, circle of influence to do the outreach, which, and I will give him credit for, he did. And he talks about a little bit later. Then there were black people who were featured at Fast 50, right? But then like it goes back to the Kai situation, right? Is that you were just, and it goes in general, you feel me? Especially because streamers don't want to have this responsibility. A lot of times streamers just want the easiest thing. Right? Streamers who play games want to just play games. And if, you know, other people are putting together a lobby and it's just their friends, they'll just play with their friends. And they will play with somebody new so long as somebody else does the work to go find that new person and bring them in. Right? And that person will bring in another person. And that person will bring in another person, potentially. Right? But it takes work and effort to understand the unconscious bias that you are affected with, that you are perpetuating, and be like, hey, maybe I could benefit from opening or broadening my horizons. You feel me? But a lot of people don't want to do that because that's a level of responsibility that they don't want to take. Here's the only person trans people had to represent them on Twitch was like, as a music creator was Keffels, and then we also know how that turned out. I generally believe that she has made it so much harder for other trans streamers to grow. Yeah. So if Valor with Ludwig win, I don't think it's happening. The big dogs should reach out to the smaller marginalized creators. But I get why they don't. And I do understand that because it's just a responsibility that they did not sign up for when they became a streamer, you know? I think it's imperative that like somebody do it. And we know that Twitch very often is not going to do it. You know what I mean? Sometimes they will. I'll give credit to credit to Duke. Sometimes they will. But like, the point is that it's difficult. It's so difficult to grow. So I was making the decision to stay here. Thank you for continuing to stream, calling out white people like myself. That's so funny. Or even worse, it's not a thought considered because of the default in the eyes of society. True. Yeah. Doing bad with more power comes more responsibility. I agree with you. You know what I mean? I'm just saying I understand that. I understand where it's coming from. Like calling Brett a big creator, but it's nice to see him recognize the needs to spread the love around with raids and shout outs. I think if you align yourself with a progressive or anti-racist person or creator's responsibility, it's part of the deal. I mean, I agree, right? But that's just overall, that's my perspective. Because then the only situation will be you have, and Kai has talked about this. I couldn't find it, but Kai has talked about this before. Kai has talked about the fact that he had no outreach as a small creator. The reason why Kai never goes to any events is because nobody reached out to him when he was a small and growing creator. And only now that he is the largest creator on the platform do people want to collab with Kai. You feel me? Kai was smaller than Ludwig. Kai was smaller than Pokey. Kai was smaller than like all the top creators. Smaller than OTK or whatever. And nobody wanted to collaborate with him.
Says, she's my African princess.
Nobody wanted to collaborate with him.
Just subscribed.
He was grinding.
I didn't
What
hear
does
what
Striker
you
look
said.
like? I won't collaborate with Kai because I don't want to destroy people. True. See channels. Kai Sinat. Good all time. Back in 2020. I mean, he started in 2021, right? But like from like 2021 and 2022, even here when he was like, when he had like 30K for all of 2022, right? Kai wasn't being invited to events. Even here, he had a lot of viewers, right? He had a lot of viewers. Did you blow up from the rat kit? I saw it from the rat clip. It was funny. 2022, he wasn't being invited to events. You didn't see Kai at any of these large streamer events, right? He's on billboards now, and plenty don't take him seriously. Yeah, true for many smaller creators. Right? I've seen the Minecraft space try actually work with smaller creators, and that's just how fast they blew up. Then, I mean, sure, like it does, like it's true for many smaller creators. The problem is that there is a level of acknowledgement for creators who are growing, even when they're small. Like take Cinna, for example. Really not, this is Kai Cenat. Like Cinna is a perfect example of somebody who was like invited to events when like she wasn't Kai size. She wasn't getting like freaking 40,000 viewers. She was like 3K, 5K. No, not even 5K yet. She was like a 1 to 5K Andy, right? And she was invited to events. She was brought in by OTK, and she was interacting with the space. And then after that, then she was collabing with AMP, and that's how she blew up to averaging what she averages now, which is quite a bit actually, right? And then after collabing with AMP, then she began collaborating with like the LA streamer landscape. You feel me? But it didn't happen until OTK took a chance on her, and that didn't, or AMP took a chance on her, and that didn't happen until OTK took a chance on her. But what it takes is that somebody at some point needs to take a chance on somebody, on the creator, and more often than not, that is reinforcing the way that society looks like. You know what I mean? Or people's unconscious biases. Does that make sense? Number one, don't show up where you're not invited. So I get Akai potentially feeling some kind of way about people only inviting him after he got the top spot. Yeah. I think our society is racist and reflects the many micro and macro ways on Black people. I'm pretty sure Black people are less successful in almost every field in the US. I don't think it's just I don't think that just watch more Black creators is a fix. No, it is a fix, right? And that's also not true. Like Black people are very successful in certain instances. Even more successful than like, the problem is like this, like Black people are sometimes like the top, and then like it's followed by all white people, and then Black people are at the bottom. You know what I mean? Problem is not necessarily that like Black people aren't successful. It's more that like white mediocrity takes precedent over Black mediocrity. There's no Black mediocrity. That's not a thing. Right? Yeah, they're outliers. And Black people are allowed to be, or not allowed to be, mediocre. Black mediocrity doesn't get acknowledged. White mediocrity does. Logic was trying to tell us. Yeah. And so only when like Black people are freaking Beyonce are they getting highlighted at the Grammys the way they should. You feel me? But in between that, they're not necessarily being highlighted in that way. Corey Kitchen is a prime example. Yeah. Corey Kitchen has talked about this before. The work of advocacy is constant, and it's like working out. You got to purposefully and consistently condition yourself. That's why you need people with experience holding the microphone. They already know the stuff you don't even see yet. Yeah, exactly. Also, I'm showing my calendar real quick. I have a meeting today. I'm in a PhD program currently, and that has pushed out directly and indirectly every POC except me. And now I'm being pushed out while they're talking with, wanting to get more African studies, more people in the African studies department. In African studies in the department, yeah. Problem goes beyond Black success. Even in segregation, Black people were successful as white people, but they were intentionally held down by the housing markets and opportunity. That's true. Meeting about more meetings, that's all meetings. I think Kai's story echoes this, and it's really depressing to see this many years out. Yeah. Yeah, but that's just, my goal is mostly ranting and venting. Also not a lot of Black content creators to begin with, which is a result of many societal factors. I don't know how much that's true though, right? In that I don't have the demographics, only Twitch has those demographics. I am curious to see. They're playing that are just 5 to 10 views. Yes, okay, but I don't know like how the proportions line up. I'm not entirely sure. There are a lot, feel me? But like proportionally, I don't know. I don't know how it stacks up with the amount of Black people in the country in general. I think there's more than people think there are. They're just not highlighted or uploaded. True. True. You know what I mean? But also, I think that there's some truth that there's just not as many people because a lot of black people won't go into content creation if they don't see themselves represented implicitly, right? Like, that's me. Yeah. If they don't see themselves represented, yeah, that's like, why bother? Like, I don't see somebody who looks like me at the top of the top, or even being acknowledged. So why should I possibly even try? It's all layered, all the way down. It's not one thing. Yeah. It's just, we've gotten a little bit far off from like the Dean conversation specifically, but my goal with this discussion is just to acknowledge that as a black content creator, you do have to work twice as hard to get not even half, a tenth of the acknowledgement. You feel me? A tenth of the acknowledgement. And now you're adding politics in there. And you just sit and you not only watch people who are doing what you are doing, becoming more successful, you watch people saying what you have been saying about your experience, becoming more successful than you are. It's like writing the book on knitting, right? The textbook on knitting that everybody uses. And you see somebody reciting your textbook to a larger audience than you. You know what I mean? There are a lot of small black content creators making just enough to get by. And they share a lot of the same fans. FD came from a circle of black content creators who collab all the time and still do to this day. Yeah, Cornbread Tube. Did you watch American Fiction? I have not watched American Fiction. You really imagine crafting streams didn't take off? I am. True. My knitting streams just kind of died. Consider the possibility of doing a thing in the first place. It's less likely if there are no examples of someone like you already doing it successfully. Yeah. It's like my friend who tells a joke in the class that I made privately to him. Yeah. Or do you think it's easier for black political commentators on Twitch than on YouTube? It's not. It's not. Twitch is just larger. Therefore, because Twitch just has more people creating content on there, you just see more black voices. It's like exact same proportionally. You know what I mean? Yeah, YouTube is larger. YouTube just has more creators. And the discoverability on YouTube is the opportunity to be slightly easier finding new streamers without shoutouts is the hardest shit. I mean, yeah, that's true. Also, like collaborations is like imperative. I feel like I have actively curate my algorithm to feed me more black creators, whereas I feel like the algorithm does not organically feature black folks. That's true. Do you prefer becoming a live streamer or becoming a live streamer or a content creator? Live streaming is easy. Like easier to create. Right, but it is also a curated skill. But with Turb Heavy, my ADHD, a Themperer, I have to have, if you guys actually watched League of Legends, I would have had Turb on stream already. Me and Turb talked about playing League together. But one, I have to hit level 30 first. And two, y'all don't watch League streams. Y'all don't watch League streams. So I'm level 29 out of 30 though. I am level 29 out of 30. So I'm about to be placed Masters. Trust me. That's the lowest I'm going to be placed. That's it. I will watch it for you. I would not encourage any League content. I love your content, but I am diametrically opposed to League. That's crazy. think Colorblind is also a League fiend. Really? I'm down to get a Black League lobby going if they are fine with me throwing the game because I don't know what to do. I've seen your Mundo. To be fair, Mundo got nerfed heavy. I'm a Mordekaiser player now. Especially look for more Black content creators and streamers. I started with the Struggle 4 and then you and yeah. You know what's kind of funny, chat? For those of you who know, there would be somebody I could recommend to you if they weren't so insane and didn't burn the bridge with me. I'm Black and GM, let me carry you. That's crazy. You know, Samson played League with Turb and Colorblind. He mentioned it on his second channel. Really? How's Noah doing? What's Noah up to? Spill the tea. Those of you who know. He hasn't posted in 2 months. Is he good? Is Noah good? Noah's offline. You like Noah? Yeah. Friend of the show, Noah Sampson. If Noah wasn't banned on Twitter, I would also have reached out for him to be on call on stream too. Oh, he's taking a break. I get it. The internet bullied him into cutting his hair. Oh, it's like he's like Ludwig. He's working on a big video about Palestine. Just like Ludwig. Also, I love that we got a total of 5 minutes into this video. How well versed are you on Mord? He's my most played champion, but not very. I've not played a lot of League at all, chat. Not at all. Maybe we'll play it soon, but I have not played a lot at all.
Value and truth over all else.
Yeah.
And I hold the same perspective. And I'm sure that there's maybe like a handful of people watching that are like, oh my God, Dean, you're sucking up to Hasan, and you're not.
You guys are the arch debate lords. You can take me to task on this issue if you want.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot of your content.
I'll call you out, okay? And I mean that. I will. I see some fuck shit, I'll do it.
Let me tell you guys something, by the way. As someone who was also debated and still every now and then engages in debate, I will say as a content creator who's been doing this for a very long time, I love what you guys are doing. I will urge you to consistently end up debating and stuff, but like I warn against the toxicity that might create for you. And it's good to diversify. It's good to diversify your content in general, and like do React content, more fun stuff, things of that nature, more educational content, because there are a lot of people who enjoy the blood sport of it all, but they don't necessarily care about the truth. They just want to see dunks. And
sorry, Hasan, my bad. Don't mean to interrupt you, but Dean Harry's in the box.
Okay, sorry. Go into the news.
My bad.
Yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is like, as someone who did a lot of debate initially, I think that I noticed at least like there's a point where it turns into you basically cultivate a community. I warn against this. You basically cultivate a community of people that just like want slam dunks, and it does become a little toxic in my experience. Maybe you guys are avoiding that. I don't know how it works on TikTok in general.
Yes,
but
Dean with his stand. I don't know if so it was Dean with his stand who typed in Hasan is right.
I would definitely diversify my content if I were in your shoes.
Well, I agree with you, and I can even expand on that. So apart from the cultivation of this niche that becomes toxic at a point because pro slam dunks, I even like find myself falling into that sometimes. Sometimes somebody will just be pissing me off so much that I'm no longer focused on trying to inform and educate, and I just rather slam dunk their ass because they're really upsetting me. But then also kind of like toxicity that I can cultivate outside of like a toxic content creation environment.
When typing and recording at the same time, I don't freaking know, bro.
God, dude, it does a lot to your mental well-being to just debate people for 4 hours a day. So I'm starting to expand outwards, and hopefully I'll soon be able to get to a point where I'm doing other content apart from debates. It's actually funny because you and the way you do your content, kind of like doing debates with some reactionary content and other related forms of political information and education-esque content actually came up in a conversation I was having with somebody that's kind of been helping me. They're like, well, look at Hasan, he's doing it perfect. He does debates and reactionary content, and that seems like a much better way to live your life.
Well, for me, like I have ideological purpose, and it's not something that I hide. I've even openly admitted to. I call myself a propagandist on Piers Morgan show, which everyone always points to. What do you mean you're a propagandist? Like I don't like I use propaganda in the old terminology for it. I had a show on the Young Turks back in the day called agitative propaganda as well, where my goal is to try to instill class consciousness in the American working class, because I feel like that is what's most lacking from our political discourse in general. So like I have an ideological goal. I want Americans to recognize that it's not your neighbors that are fucking you over. It's not undocumented migrants. It's not trans people. It's not DEI. And these things are simply purposeful distractions that reactionary forces utilize while they fucking rob you blind with austerity and an overall refusal to improve your material conditions. Whether that is the Republican Party in many circumstances.
Dean said he was pro-Palestine and he called it a genocide. So do with that what you will.
Or even in other instances, the Democratic Party that refuses to push the needle in the direction of necessary change. So for that purpose, I'm saying I realize that like simply doing debates alone was not cutting it because I wanted people to. He was
pro-Palestine, so I'm just giving you the facts that he said. He said he's pro-Palestine, but he's talked with like Zionists and pro-Israel people, and he understands how some people will use pro-Palestine to be anti-Semitic. That's what he said, which is true. I will give him that, like Sneeko or whatever. But I don't know how deep his like pro-Palestinian sentiment goes. He is a Kamala Harris defender and a Joe Biden supporter. So this is Zionism is bad by default because it's built on the suffering of others. Sure. But I don't know. Like I misunderstood what he said. I genuinely don't. I need to see him when he's not talking to Hasan. You know what I mean? I need to see his take on Palestine when he's not talking to Hasan. Actually, you know, we can probably look it up. This was after the election. I need before the election. 4 months ago. From r/Destiny. Okay, that's not his post. This is. I need to see before the election because I need to make sure that he's not just talking about Palestine because Trump is in office now. You know what I mean? Oh, I blocked him. I need his @ so I can click on his @ cuz he's blocked. Okay, I'll unblock him so I can find this.
So, yes. So I'm willing to bet that Donald Trump will be the president of America in 74 days.
He gave his pro-DNC take for Palestine on Jubilee before the election. I don't want to watch the Jubilee video, but if you have it, you can send it and I'll look at it. That's how Palestine flag one of his thumbnails. Really? The kid can change, but he shouldn't be allowed to do so in a leader position. That's all my take is. That's all my take is. In the text. I've heard him speak on it. He doesn't go to too much detail, but he has a good take on it. I need to see his take before the election. I don't trust somebody who's like a Kamala Harris supporter who only speaks about Palestine after the election. You feel me? Because they were fine with not talking about Palestine and ignoring Joe Biden and Kamala's role in the genocide. That was before the election. Well, then send it. I'll look at it. I don't have the vids. Well, I need the vids. I'm not saying you're wrong, right? But chat asked me what his position on Palestine is, and I would like to see what his position on Palestine is. And him demonstrate his position before the election. Because it's very easy. He defers to Parker on this a bit too. Parker has a decent take on Palestine. And I'll give Parker that. Again, I'll tell you, Parker is the one that I like the most out of the four TikTok liberal people or whatever. You feel me? I still disagree with Parker, don't get me wrong, right? But I talked to Parker on the set of Jubilee about the intricacies of withholding your vote or for Kamala Harris, right? We disagreed on it, but like he understands my perspective on that. And so if he at least understands that, then I think that's good enough for me. You know what I mean? But for Harry and Chris, they're a no for me. And for Dean, I just don't know his take outside of him just saying this after the election. Because again, it's very easy to be pro-Palestine as a position against Trump. Right? It's the correct position, but it's super easy to be pro-Palestine as a position against Trump. It's very hard as a Democrat, as a liberal, to be pro-Palestine when Kamala Harris is running or when Joe Biden's the president. Yes, that's the CNN flip-flop. Yeah. Yeah. I don't see you guys doing much with voting there. What do you mean? Without my vote in Illinois, but I'm not sure that I would do that again in the future. I will stick by my decision, honestly. They should not do a genocide. Put it for later in the Hasan Dean vid. If you care, Mason pops in later. I saw Mason popped in. When you hit a certain number of TikTok followers, you get managers bothering you to represent them. I think they have career managers who are not in politics. No, they do have career managers, and I know their managers. I know their management, and they are bad. Maybe not Dean specifically, but Chris and Harry, I know their management. I've talked with their management. I've had conversations with their management, and they are not good. That's just me personally. I think he's aiming for a commentator career, so he doesn't want to be firm in his beliefs when he's inevitably paid to defend something else. Yeah, true. I can't find anything on Dean's takes pre-Trump, so you can take him at his face value when he says he's pro-Palestine, if you would like to, but my take is I support people who support Palestine regardless. If you're pre-Trump, he was like 8. No, I mean like pre-Trump this year. So he was still like at least relatively old. Right? I support people who support Palestine. Because no one records their lives. They do it so much. I mean, sure. If you've seen that and you believe it, go off. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to change your mind. My take is that I do not fully trust somebody who was or ignored Palestine pre-Trump, who then came out as the most pro-Palestinian position when Trump got inaugurated because it became convenient for them. I don't fully trust that person, but you can believe what you believe.
I wanted to create a community that was
what I do know is that he was defending Kamala Harris and he was not outspoken about Palestine when Kamala Harris was running. And I can be critical of that as well. He was fine with putting his DNC opportunities, or Harry and Chris's these DNC checks, and the money they got and their audiences over advocacy for Palestine. did the same thing with migrants. Now they care about migrants and don't want deportation, but it was cool when Biden and Harris said it. Yeah. Yep. Well, see, I doubt he's committed to social democrat principles. He's most likely in a similar ballpark to Ethan ideologically, just less open and reactionary. I disagree. He's the same as Ethan. I think he's at least better than Ethan, which is a very low bar to clear. I think he's better than Ethan. You know what I mean? There's Twitter for Palestine 0 results, searching for Gaza is developing about Trump AI. I mean, again, we're not gonna really know, you know.
Engaged, listening, learning, and also seeking out information on their own. But more importantly, that they were also engaging.
I have no idea who this guy is, though. I know everybody else in the call except for this guy.
Organizing, whether that be community organizing or labor organizing, and I mean, I have a lot of obviously local officials in my chat at any given moment, or even people that apparently work at the DNC, which was shocking to me when I went there. But and of course, many labor union organizers and activists in general. So that's what I mean. When I say debates are great for content. It's good for slam dunks. It has an educational value for sure. You get to understand the opposition's position. You get to teach people what the talking points are, what their talking points are, and how to effectively counter them. And I think the takeaway for many in your audience will be how to effectively dismantle those propaganda points and the arguments that your grandparents or your parents might be making or your coworkers are making. But beyond that, I think in order for people to unlock their true potential and be able to bring about real progressive change and create systems of pressure, like mechanisms of pushback, sometimes pushback that's even warranted towards the Democratic Party.
Growing or even documenting your growth, but you can't stand with an authority you've never earned. It's like it's that self or crowd appointed title that keeps the left so stagnant. Yeah.
I think that there's more to do. And it'll create a more sustainable career for you as well, in general, for all of you guys.
Like people wonder why the left is always infighting, and then it always comes like to like the people who are like further left or the communists. It's their fault or whatever. But then we have like freaking Dean that we promote to like chairman of like the left to do left outreach to young people or whatever, and then we're surprised when there's inevitable like contention. Like, and they get duped and act shocked. Yeah. He said himself, social democracy under capitalism is the thing that we all want, or something like that, which is still Democrats, but he definitely does ride the Democrat line. Does he say that? I thought that was what Hasan said. Honestly, don't think anyone on the left looks at Dean as someone on the left. No, they do. That's what Dean said. He did. Was it this time? In the 10-minute nuke reaction?
I live like a capitalist every
He said that
single
while
day.
we were watching the content nuke. He said that democracy and the capitalism is ideal. I thought it was Hasan. I was like, I thought it was Hasan describing or like trying to like. I watched the content nuke. I don't know why I thought I was in the content nuke or something. Maybe I'm crazy. You know, Dean is frothing at the mouth for his Anthony. His Aaron Sorkin monologue moment. He craves it. Yeah. I mean, don't all debate bros.
At least when it comes to my approach, like I agree, like the left as a whole or like progressives.
It was
in
like the nuke video. That's what I thought. I thought it was in the nuke video. That was in response to re-education. Yeah. Okay, now I have to go back and look. I was pretty sure Hasan said that in the nuke video.
Include re-education as well.
If putting capitalists...
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. Okay, so I was with him for like the first half. Like,
like he said it in response to Hasan.
Democracy operating under capitalism. That, you know, like the most base economic model is like, I personally think that, you know, like the most base economic model is, you know, like a social democracy operating under capitalism. But like,
so you guys are right.
Even from like the perspective of somebody else, you know, like say that socialism makes sense. Well, what are you going to do if there's a bunch of people in your society that don't agree with socialism? Okay, well, you're going to like, you know, push for individuals.
My memory goes hard. His take is like social democracy under capitalism is the best economic model. I wonder what he feels about like the exportation of exploitation in the global south. But he's a liberal. I'm not gonna get into this with him. He's a liberal. I'm not I'm not about to start arguing with the video of a liberal being a liberal. We're gonna continue.
In general, need a multifaceted approach in terms of like the different content people like go towards. And I also
Because
think
I honestly don't even think he knows what he's talking about. Just genuinely, he's not thinking that hard. I know. That's my point. I don't even think that he knows what he's talking about. I don't think he's given it much thought, which is the problem if we're starting to like uplift this person's voice as like somebody who's like should have a platform on the left. You know what I mean? I don't think he's even thought about that yet. He's too worried about like debating conservatives to like dig into theory or to pick up a book. He's seen a few Wendover videos and he's his ideological rigor. He's expressed in the TikTok that he doesn't know much about economic stuff. I feel like that's kind of important though, no? Like, at this point, we just have some white kid who's just laughing at conservatives for being kind of stupid. You know what I mean? And that's the extent of what this is. That's the extent of like his ideology. And if he doesn't have the economic stuff, he's defended Kamala Harris, and Kamala Harris moved to the right on like the border policies and stuff. What are we talking about here? That was also Ethan. Interesting. Yes, exactly a wide debate. Growing always limits your perspective because you are too concerned about owning conservatives than it is about developing your own real ideological foundation. Yeah.
like for certain creators, there's going to be certain skill sets that you're going to have where you're going to be able to do a certain set of content very consistently. A lot.
He's like Walter Matheson Jr., just but less pro-Palestine. Pretty much, actually, and less funny. Walter is at least funny.
More if you're interested in it, if you like doing it, and if you can bring the energy every single time. And as it relates to like things like debates, I think that like people like me and Dean, we have a lot more of a pressure and push internally to engage in that particular type of activism and work comparative to other forms because it comes more naturally to us, or it's some like way we can explain things a little bit more in depth. And one thing I have an issue with in terms of content that's like reaction based or other stuff like that is that there's no back and forth direct sort of response from people.
It is where I think Parker's wrong. You know what I mean? I think Parker's just incorrect here. Like where I think like Dean is like overall uninformed, I think Parker is informed. It's just wrong. Like I disagree with Parker ideologically on like what he believes and his thought process about debates. Right? I think Dean is just doesn't care enough to like even have a position. Parker has thoughts. Parker has thoughts. Right, where Harry and Chris are just paid shills who just regurgitate propaganda, and then Dean is just fell into a platform, and then he's like larger than Parker, but like less informed than Parker. Like Parker just does what Dean does, it's just better. Dean is the only one here with actually that has positions, and I just disagree with the positions. You know what I mean? Parker's wrong about the economic stuff. Dean thinks that because he doesn't have an econ degree, he can't critically examine capitalism publicly. Yeah. The back and forth with the video is the dumbest take. A video is edited and presented as your thoughts. It should stand on its own. It's like amount of time before they make a debate house. That's funny. Hey, the DNC can pay for it with our tax dollars, because why not? Actually, not our tax dollars, our donation dollars, because we all give money to the DNC, don't we?
Based or other stuff like that is that there's no back and forth direct sort of response from people. So I think that oftentimes
also that's wrong. You know what I mean? That's incorrect. There's the chat. Like the chat is the back and forth. Parker went to school for economics, so he's probably opinionated. And that makes sense, right? And I can at least acknowledge and appreciate somebody who has like principles and who believes things, because I can work there. We can work there. We can have a conversation about why you believe the things you believe, right? But like with somebody who just is uninformed and doesn't want to be informed, it's like, how do you have that conversation? You feel me? How do you what do you do with that? I don't know. You have to be in learning mode. No, I don't know anything, but I want to look smart mode. Yeah. Not, I don't know anything. I want to look smart mode.
And create more echo chambers, like naturally, like when you engage in like reaction-based content. So I actually think myself that like.
And this is also, I disagree with Parker on this as well. Like, the idea that inherently dialogue between two different perspectives is inherently good is wrong. It's false, right? Which is why I disagree with Dean when he tried to debate Nick Fuentes on Aiden Ross's stream. I think that's bad. I don't think that inherently open dialogue between two opposing views is a good thing. I don't think you should legitimize Nazi beliefs. I don't think you should engage with Nazis. He did that? Yes. Yes, he did do that, which is another reason why I don't like Dean.
What do you say, all things considered, that the Holocaust is wrong?
If it were real, yes. Yeah.
Oh my
and
God.
it is, and it is. And it absolutely
you're
is.
so f***ing spineless. How the
Like, why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? I don't think I'm out of line for not wanting Hasan to platform this person. You know what I mean? I don't think I'm out of line for not wanting Hasan to engage positively with this person. Like, you don't have, and I've said this on my Twitter before. I'm not going to go back and find it, right? Why legitimize a Nazi's argument? Like, why? And they did it on a Sneako's channel. I think it was both, actually. Right? Debating on, like, is Christian nationalism good? Is homosexuality bad? Did Ethan posted on IG again? What did he post?
Obviously not. It's there for one.
Are men superior to women? What are we talking about? I do think it would be beneficial for Hasan to talk to Dean offline if he approaches in good faith with platforming someone who doesn't have an issue with this kind of content isn't great. Yeah. Like, who is this for? I don't have a link. Okay. I'll just check it. Yep. And Hasan really hates the people's kids that were strangled to death by Hamas, which has not been confirmed, even by the IDF. I suppose he thinks that the colonists had it coming. The kids had bright orange hair. They are trying to show sympathy for dead kids. Like, okay, he's just lying again. And it's honestly not his best work. He's done better propaganda before. And then Trump or Kamala immigration, where he's like debating on behalf of Kamala's right-wing border policy. We got matching star tattoos. Hila and her sister-in-law did. But that's, yeah, they said they were going to do that, so that's not surprising.
You know, wait, let me ask you, do you know the details of the bill? Can you tell me the provisions that are in the bill, please? Immigration. I mean, the
point that I want to stick for Nick Fuentes over here to respond to is that Donald Trump is pro-open border because he torpedoed good border policy in the House and the Senate 2 years ago because he wanted the crisis to continue and make...
He calls it the crisis at the border.
The Democrats look bad.
Nick, you got 2 minutes.
All right. That's because
it's funny that
policies. Now they want to blame it on a Senate bill this year. I don't think so.
Here's your point. And you're right. You are what's closer to the effect of racism. I also get Hasan's like he wants to siphon as much audience as possible, unbrainwash, and build a proletariat army. The ends justify the means. Again, I understand that. I just don't like it. You know what I mean? Again, Hasan's gonna do what he wants to do regardless. You feel me? I'm not changing Hasan's mind. You feel me? Even if I were to talk to Hasan about this, I'm not changing Hasan's mind. I can explain my position to Hasan and he can understand it. I'm not changing his mind. He's still gonna do it. He's if he wants to do it. That's Hasan. He's the person with the audience. He's the person who has to pull the trigger on all the decisions that have to be made. You know? I'm just here giving my thoughts about why I do not like it.
Thank you for all the information, Nick. I'm going to have fun with this. First of all, it's funny that you think you're so educated about the border, and then you say that.
No, because I don't think I'll change his mind. Like, I don't. I don't think it'll be productive or a productive use of like stream time. You know what I mean? I think Hasan will agree with everything that I've said, right? And will still say that he has his specific purpose or reasons for doing things, which I understand and I acknowledge, and he's still gonna do it. And I think that's where the conversation is gonna end. You know what I mean? I'm thinking that it's bad, and I think that it shouldn't happen. And he thinks that there's value in it, and he thinks that it should happen. And then Hasan will make the decision to do it because he wants to do it. You know what I mean? I don't know how productive going back and forth about that would be, as opposed to just like, you know, just being unnecessarily contentious to Hasan on stream.
I think Ferd's bill was in the Senate in 2024. No, that was 2023.
Yeah.
It started drafting in late 2021. Secondly,
I will say I will farm and increase my YouTube presence because of it. Gosh darn it, you think I won't? I will.
You mentioned all the policies that Trump enacted that Biden repealed. First of all, if you look at the border
window to speak directly to the LibZoomers, he would not normally reach. Yeah,
crossings under Donald Trump's presidency, they went up year by year by year until Title 42 is implemented. What does that tell us? Immigration after these great policies didn't go down. What else do we know is that these policies weren't in place under Obama's administration. Did we have a border crisis to the same degree that we have now under Obama's administration?
Oh, yeah, he concedes. I covered this before when it happened the first time, 4 months ago. He concedes that the border is a problem. He says that Trump has actually opened borders, and that's a bad thing because he didn't sign the bipartisan border bill that would have fixed the crisis at the border, right? And that Kamala Harris would actually work with the Republicans to get the border bill signed, which will then solve the crisis, which will make everybody happy. That's it. You feel me? But it doesn't mean your community should know your perspective and your feelings behind it. I agree. Thank you. Nice bathroom. So I'm saying he uses the DNC lines as a debate dunks because it's not something he cares about. Yeah. Yeah. And like, he gets rewarded for having this take. He gets rewarded not only with a liberal, democratic, audience. He not only gets rewarded with liberal opportunities, like going to the White House or going, speaking of the DNC in some cases, not Dean, but other liberals. You feel me? But also gets rewarded from leftists because we want access to their audience. So we have to then plat for them. You know what I mean? I don't like that that's reality. I don't like that that's where we've come here or where we've arrived at. You know what I mean? It's not my favorite. Not a fan. Not a fan. That's just me. That's my take. That's just me. That's my take. I don't know why we can't earn the audience off of actual advocacy people expect rather than debate points. I mean, Destiny's been doing it for years, so it only makes sense that a new crop of Destiny's types are going to exist and have been existing. Like, Dean is not like the only version. It's not even just like these Zoomer TikTokers who've been doing this. Like, freaking, I talked about my dude before. Like, this guy has like 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. You feel me? He's larger than I am on YouTube. Does the same thing. Right? Does the same thing. You feel me? Like, Papa Gut. This guy.
I think back to me, but like, I don't think it would have started if
Hasan crashes Dean with his live to spread propaganda. Who's like currently just watching the same thing we were just watching here. This guy also sucks. He's like a freaking Ethan Klein stan. And he's ugly. And he's stupid. He's like drama farmer as well. But not the good kind like me. Bad kind. H3 loves this guy? Yeah, because he dick rides him. Right? But like Papa Gut becoming successful, that's what it is. You feel me? That is what it is. I don't get mad at people watching Papa Gut. Because like, he's not taken seriously. He's only there as like a, you know, drama slap tuber or whatever. He's not there doing advocacy. He's not speaking on the behalf of marginalized people. He's not actually trying to make a change. Right? Like Dean is a bit different. Right? I don't think it falls to you to fix everything, nor is your responsibility to change Hasan's mind. But if it's something you genuinely want to tell Hasan and you have direct means to do so, it's worth a shot. Your point about marginalized creators being highlighted over yet another random white dude is a valid one. Yeah. But Dean and Harry have institutional backing. They do have institutional backing. And they got that by being uncritical of the Dems. And then they're being rewarded for being like, you know, at your job, chat. When you go to your job, if you perform poorly, you're fired. You feel me? For these guys, you perform poorly, and that is like getting Kamala Harris elected. You do your job poorly. You get rewarded with a promotion and access to a larger audience. And if you're the boss's son, yeah, because you have privilege. Privilege. Perfect example. You know who isn't awarded this, chat? You know who isn't awarded this? Olivia. Same positions as Harry. These same positions as Harry. Olivia is not awarded the same leeway, right? Or the same charitability that Harry Sisson is. And I don't even like Olivia. But I think that's an important thing to acknowledge. She's going hard right lately. I'm sure you've seen. I have seen. She's a POC woman. Yeah. I mean, totally serious. Does anyone under 35 even like her? No. Not really, no. Right? But she gets a lot of flack. And Dean gets... He cleared him. Or whatever. Right? Because Dean is a conventionally attractive 20-year-old white kid. You know, who has muscles and stuff. And Olivia is a plus-size person of color. Same bad takes. Same Kamala defense. You feel me? Same Kamala defense. Same Joe Biden dick riding. Does he couldn't tell? Oof. Yeah, and Dean's able-bodied, like Finn. So you got those privileges too, and Finn is just a side of views that is more palatable. Yeah. My point here is that there's a level of charitability. There's a perfect example. There's a level of charitability that like these guys get that these other liberals don't get for some reason, and I can't put my finger on it. I can't put my finger on it. We will reach him. The dolls will force feminize the baby face. the levels of attraction have more weight here than racism. Not that there is none. No, racism is definitely a part of it. It's about normativity. And pretty privilege does exist, right? Attractiveness does exist. It's about like, it's desirability politics at its core. You know what I mean? Desirability politics at its core. And that does have to do with race. That does have to do with normativity. And that is like about race. That is about like your whether or not you're able-bodied, your disability status, just how you're viewed by society. And race is a part of it. You feel me? But yeah, I do have a meeting at 12:30 again, because I hate myself and I have me a meeting scheduled for 12:30. So I talk about all the time. It isn't that he's more qualified than other political commentators, that he has that is to make it easier to be who he is. And yeah, I think that just the underlying assumption, like I understand that's reality, right? And we can talk about reality, right? But we don't have to sit here and act like that's a good thing, which some people like do. We kind of like move past that. Like this is not a good thing. The fact that Hasan is taken more seriously because he is cis, white, straight, you know, like he's attractive, like these things it's not a good thing. It's just reality, and we can operate under reality while also talking about how in a theoretical world where that didn't exist, you know, what would be the most equitable, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? And we could also work towards, because we don't have to like accept that as reality, which I think a lot of people do. A lot of people, which that one chatter we talked about earlier, that one chatter who was like, oh, you know, we need white people to speak on behalf of black people because no one will ever listen to black people or whatever. Like, why are we conceding that that's good? You feel me? Why should we not try to change that? There's absolutely people in Hasan's chat who misunderstood this and see that as a good thing. The same people who say white people won't listen to black voices. Yeah. Like an acknowledgement of reality is not like doesn't mean we have to endorse it or accept it. The reason why he's white passing, he would definitely not be white in Europe, the whiteness club. I mean, he talks about him. He calls himself white. So you can bring that up with Hasan specifically. Sin Cheddar said white people were also enslaved. Yeah. But it don't help, and but it's not a cure for addiction. But yeah, that's my take. Hey, we're at 25,400 followers now. Misunderstood him when he's talking about being pro-Palestinian. By the way, it's not that important. But if you don't want to misrepresent him, what do you mean? I didn't misrepresent him. I just told you what he said. I told you he's pro-Palestinian. You can take it. You can take his word for it if you want to.
That's why I'm pro-Palestine. But I will say, like, I've had conversations with, Zionists and individuals that are pro-Israeli on live. And, next thing you know, just because I don't necessarily support the existence of an ethno-state that wants to eradicate the existence of surrounding Arabs and Arab nations, like, oh, all of a sudden I hate all Jewish people. Or because I think that Zionism is bad because it's predicated on, colonialism and imperialism, all of a sudden it's anti-Semitic. So I understand how...
okay, never mind. I take it back, Cheddar. I apologize to you. You are correct. He's saying that's what people are saying to him.
One could posture a pro-Palestinian view.
But then, I will also take it back as well. I take back my take back. He then says this, which is what my take was.
And how, one could posture... sudden it's anti-Semitic. So I understand how, you know, one could posture a pro-Palestinian view to be anti-Semitic to kind of just diminish the value and support of a human cause.
Yeah.
But I don't know the specifics and the intricacies.
So he did say that as well. So he said both what you said and what I said. So he says that as well. And he says, I don't know the intricacies. And if you want to take that, right, and I will say that, and I will be fair, that is better than what Olivia's position is. But if you want to take that and to mean that he's pro-Palestinian, then you can take that in you can, that could be the position that you hold from that. I just don't necessarily take people who supported Kamala Harris and didn't talk about Palestine before October 7th. Not October 7th, before the election, which was November 5th. That seriously. If someone is recognizing that you lack information, what he's going to do with that next, I don't know. He just says he just doesn't know. And it's just, listen. Yeah, we're get into it. Dean just described some intricacies he's trying to avoid it. He's talking about people like Jackson Hinkle. I mean, Jackson Hinkle does do that, right? I didn't say he was wrong about that. I just said that's what he said. You feel me? He's right. Some people will try to use pro-Palestinian sentiment to like while being anti-Semitic, like Jake Shields, right? So, like his take here isn't bad. My take is I don't fully take what somebody says from or being pro-Palestinian who supported Kamala Harris fully seriously if they didn't do that while Joe Biden and Kamala Harris were running. You know what I mean? But I do have a meeting in 15 minutes, so I may have to hop. Unless anybody has anything else they want to see or show me. You see Shanti's videos on the Becky girl? I did see it. Maybe we'll watch it tomorrow if I don't get distracted by this again and then have to explain my position 50 million times. It's the same as the rest of the debate bros. They're too busy practicing rhetoric to do anything like read Wikipedia. Is frustrating. What is this? Basically what happened when somebody rejected their offer. Oh yeah, I know Madeline Pendleton, which we'll talk about tomorrow if we want to get into it. I'm aware of Madeline Pendleton. Without research, he is on other topics. I don't except the I don't know intricacies take. There are plenty of info over the past year to figure that out. Yeah, I mean I accepted I don't know, right? November or December of 2023. But I don't know the intricacies a year and a half later when you've been running defense for Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, kind of falls flat. Right? It kind of shows that you didn't necessarily care. You didn't care enough to learn. Right? And you wanted to just support Kamala Harris in your ignorance. Something happened to Madeline? No. She was just on the Deprogram podcast. Here. Well, your take on Madeline because I've been a fan of Cat Black for so long. I'm too biased. I am aware of Madeline Pendleton. Someone quoted your video with the article about Black victims of the Holocaust. Good for them. It's just admitting to being a talking head? Yeah. Anyway. What's up, YouTube chat? Goodbye, YouTube chat. I don't have anything else to say. But shout you all out. Watch my video. Watch my newest video, please. Thank you. Up.